every day. I'll be making money till I'm in my grave. Don't care what they say, I'll buy time with my money. Laughing to the bank cause it's funny. The money keep coming, I manifest it. Sing these lyrics and you'll get it. I'm the bank, come invest it. I get tracked and I have it. Money finds me attractive. I'm the type to make commas, turn a profit. I'm the boss, Willy Wonka, but it ain't chocolate. Yeah, I'm just being honest, I work for this shit. I'm usually modest, but this beat lit, so I'm going off thoughtless, talking my shit. Yeah, I'ma be the hottest designer in drip. I'm just coming with the rawness. I gotta admit that I'm usually modest, but I'll work hard for my shit. I'll do the work, yeah, I'll do it till it hurts. I'll invest in my future, I'll invest in the purse. I wanna be so rich, life changes, and I don't ever think about how much I just pay it. Yeah, it's a dream, the American dream. Live on top, don't stop till you...
Hello and welcome to the Marko Yamashita Show. I am your host, Marko Yamashita, here to hang out with you since I cannot fall asleep. Now, before I begin, I do want to preface this video with just a couple of little things here. First, I am going to be doing a little bit of a monologue with what I feel is extremely important regarding the issue here with obviously Legal Matters has done several streams on this topic and had several, I would say, questionable guests on his streams that I personally would not call entirely reputable, but I guess that is up to interpretation since everyone has their own opinions on just how well certain people are about going about their business. But I digress, that is a different story. But more importantly, there has been a couple of things that Mr. Esquire has said that, well, I mean, I guess I can understand how he would want to handle this situation. I personally do not believe that this is something that I would entirely lean on the people that he has brought on his channel, or at least some of them anyways, in order to provide truth and fairness. So with that in mind, I do want to get to the topic at hand here, because I've had several people ask me to talk about some of these things, and I was going to pass on talking about them until I randomly decided to start reviewing some of the footage that was sent to me, and that kind of stoked the fire under me to talk about these things. So first, what I would like to discuss here, over the last few days, Nijisanji has been on the eyes of specific parties, along with a certain legal expert. They have made several statements which have misrepresented specific facts and have borderline slander in the eyes of Japanese law. Now, of course, Mr. Esquire has made an argument that we'll get to in a little bit, get to a little later, where he has made specific accusations that people like me don't know what we're talking about, have never been to Japan, don't know Japanese law, we don't know what we're talking about. I will discuss that when I do the actual clip segments on what I would like to review from a couple of his streams. However, I do want to go a little bit further and talk about how important it is for people who are trying to represent these things to actually use proper information that is sourced and relevant to the topic that they are trying to talk about, before accusing others of not knowing what we're talking about. Okay, now I am going to bring up a couple of things here that on the screen in order for you to understand where I'm going with all this. Okay. Oops. There we go. Okay. Now I can bring it up here. Okay. Now, as you can see on the screen here, I have a specific website that is pulled up on the browser here, and that says Japanese law translation, and it's in English. Now, I want you to pay very close attention to this, because if you look at the top of the browser here, you see what's called a domain. All right, and if you notice with the domain here, there is a go.jp. Now, the JP is what's called an Internet Country Code Top-Level Domain, or TLD, for Japan. The GO up there represents a government website that has the JP designation. Now, in order to get one of these, you have to have a physical address in Japan in order to register for a JP domain. And if you don't have that, if you can't register, with because you don't have a Japanese address, a physical address, you cannot get a JP. Okay. Now, I preface this because anyone can buy a .com or a .net or even a .us. I have several of these. Yes, this small VTuber has several of these, and you can buy them from GoDaddy. All right, anyone can buy one of those. So when you are trying to talk about stuff and you're trying to look reputable, pulling up a third-party site and then kind of pulling from their knowledge base and saying this is the proof that this is law, it seems a little sketchy to me. Okay, it seems a little disingenuous, and it also seems kind of that you just use the top search result from Google. I mean, all of the laws here, all the laws is spelled out here. You can find every single law that you need English translation for. Now, they do state, okay, it does state on here that this is not and should not be used for legal advice or for using it, taking this to court and use this as your Bible, okay? Because number one, in Japanese law, and I would hope that Mr. Esquire does know this, that you have to obey the law as it's written in its original form on the original documents. These translations, every translation that is in English, Spanish, Portuguese, whatever, those are all basically written as a courtesy for people who do not speak Japanese, in its native language. But in order to actually take law and practice that, or apply that to something, you have to use Japanese law. Okay. Now, I say this with importance because Mr. Esquire has made several accusations towards the Nijisanji staff and their legal team, and has, essentially, yeah, he called their legal team that they have no idea what they're doing. He has said, that they're likely, running around with their heads cut off because they don't know how to handle this. He said, he said that likely, none of the lawyers over there have even an idea of like how to handle situations like this. He has literally made tons of accusations. I mean, just the other day, he actually said, and he actually compared the staff members, the actual staff that work at Nijisanji, he compared them to be lower than monkeys. Okay? And this is somebody that we're supposed to look at and say, "Oh, you're a legal expert. Okay, you must be reputable. And your opinion must be better than that small VTuber." Am I to believe that when a lawyer goes out on a limb and says, I mean, the staff over at Nijisanji, I honestly think a monkey could do their job better. I mean, he literally said that. You honestly believe that is supposed to have more weight than a small VTuber who goes out and actually does research, actually shows you the results of his research, and actually provides you with every single link to where that information is located. But yeah, he apparently he doesn't think that I presented my case to him in a reputable format, despite the fact that I emailed him twice, and I can show you the email that I sent him. All right, and we'll do that a little bit later as well. And I used the utmost courtesy with them. I literally spelled out why I'm contacting him, what I would like to do, what the topic points I want to talk to him about are, and I provided him with links to every single place for the topics I wanted to talk about or bring to his attention, because apparently he was supposed to have more, more cred than me. I mean, honestly, this guy, he does it for the money. Purely, he's been milking this thing for the money. That's it. He obviously doesn't even care. Okay, he does not. And when we get to the actual clips on this, I'm going to show you why he doesn't care. Because he literally has gaslighted everybody that is in his chat, along with some of the guests that he's had. All right. Now, one of the other things that we can look at here while we're talking about legal stuff is coming over here to where, again, you can see up here at the top of the browser. This one, in this case, this is a government website for Canada, the government of Canada, right? And you can come down here and you can actually look and see what the different parts of Japanese law can be applied to you as a Canadian citizen, right? Now, one other claim that Mr. Esquire has made is that you can be held in a Japanese detention for a long time, which is somewhat correct, okay? Because yes, if you're arrested, you can be held up to 23 days without the with a possibility of extension without being formally charged with a crime. All right. However, and this is where context and actually, reading and comprehension are, come into play, which, people that that read the law. Some of us can read and comprehend at the same time, but Mr. Esquire thinks that we can't. The government of Canada will seek to ensure that you are not penalized for being a foreigner, and that you are neither discriminated against or denied justice because you're Canadian. However, it cannot, seek preferential treatment for you or try to get you exempt from the due process of the local law. The government of Canada cannot interfere with the judicial system of another country, just as Canadians would not be able to stand for another government interfering with our judicial process. Now, I don't know about you, but that does seem like it means that, you can't just say, oh, well, I can't file for, I know I'm not going to win in Japan, so I'm just going to seek to get it extradited over to Canada, so I, at least I have a chance to win. All right. Now, if Mr. Esquire would have had me on his stream, maybe he could have cleared that up. But unfortunately, he has not, nor has he ever replied to me. So much for being professional. All right. Now, with his claim saying that the lawyers at Nijisanji don't are panicking and don't know what they're doing and all this all this stuff, let's take a look and see what the lawyers over at Any Color have actually done. Okay, and amazing! Wow, I can actually pull it up on Any Color's website. This is research 101. He literally talks about that they can't they're probably right out of law school. They have they've never worked a case before. They've never handled a situation before. They don't know what they're doing. They don't know how they can handle any of this. Well, let's just go to let's go to Any Color's website and we'll take a look. Okay, so I'll tell you, I will read along with you guys following. Okay, so number of cases handled. Okay, number of cases handled. Now this is Any Color Inc. reports on activity of the Special Task Force to combat threatening behavior and defamation, hereafter referred to as the task force, set up on September 20th for the purposes of combating threatening behaviors such as stalking, defamation, and other abusive behavior on the internet. Okay? Number of cases handled. Over the calendar year of November 1st, 2022 through October 31st, 2023, the cover period there, they have handled 80 cases. Wow. That's a pretty decent number for a legal team that has never handled a case and don't know what they're doing because they're corporate lawyers. They probably just got hired out of law school. Wow. You can come down here. Types of behavior handled by the task force. Defamation, violation of privacy rights, copyright infringement, intimidation such as sending death threats, stalking, trolling. Wow. Surely, they might know what they're doing since they are handling, topics like this, right? All right. As we scroll down through here, I'm going to skip some of the stuff that is basically descriptors of what they are, have been doing or what platforms they have been doing these things on, such as Twitter or X. Especially when it comes to like, taking down videos that are inappropriate or violate the intellectual property rights, things of that nature. But we'll get to some of the more serious stuff here. Task Force have taken the following measures during the covered period against infringement of rights on social media sites. The task force has essentially reached out to platforms like Twitter or X, Facebook, other SNS sites, and specifically for either the flagging of content or to request information regarding the owner of accounts that have been violating the rights of their client, basically the talent for Nijisanji. They have also specifically reached out to those accounts and kindly requested them to stop before asking for that kind of information. In addition, in coordination with relevant entertainers, the task force pursued both civil and criminal liabilities against account holders that were found to be malicious by any color, and after requesting the internet service providers and other relevant parties to disclose the identification of the information of the sender. Wow. That's extraordinary for somebody that's just out of college, I mean, yeah. I would put that on my resume, In addition, settlements have been reached with multiple different account holders who engaged in actions that have infringed on entertainers' right of honor on various SNS platforms. Basically, that means for livers that got slandered, they went out and sought justice. All right. In addition, they have gone on many different platforms where people are actively trolling the various livers and have done the same thing on those platforms. As of October 31st, they have 3 cases of trolling, which the court proceedings and requests of disclosure of identification, mainly on the grounds of infringement of business rights, are pending. In addition, we have 2 other trolling cases, which we have successfully identified the information of the sender. And we're not done yet. Yeah, by the way, this seems like an awful lot of, success from a legal team that doesn't know what they're doing. I have to stress that a little bit because it does seem like they know what they're doing. All right. Against inappropriate video reproduction and clipped videos, they have also done work on that. Against the infringement of rights that are taking place on internet bulletin boards, they have sought information and shutting down of those accounts. Against death threats in response to threats to harm entertainers, such as death threats. The task force immediately filed reports with police stations and took measures to prevent any actual harm, including security arrangements in the neighborhood of relevant entertainers' residence. Currently, we have 2 filed reports with law enforcement relating to threats, and investigations are underway to identify the persons responsible. Wow, that seems like something quite, it sounds great. I mean, I think I would actually trust these people to handle legal business for me, since it sounds like they know what they're doing, huh? I mean, but who am I? I'm a small VTuber, and the people who say that this legal team doesn't know what they're doing, he's an actual lawyer. So I mean, maybe we have to trust that instead of my opinion. But let's move on. Okay. Against the infringement of rights on blog sites, they have also went out to the parent companies of those blog sites, and that were defamatory or infringed on privacy rights, and they have sought information about the operators or the deletion of said blogs. So there are a few other things here, such as copyright infringements, which they have also worked on. Other action taken in responses to violations of rights, as those described above. We have established a framework together with stakeholders to prevent slander and defamation. They also did the announcement with CoverCore about that as well. That all seems to be an absolutely wonderful success for a legal team that is incompetent, according to a certain lawyer. But again, who am I? I'm a small VTuber, and he is a lawyer, so we have to trust that a little bit more. Umberto, welcome. Thank you for the chat. Thank you for dropping in. I appreciate that. I appreciate you being here. Now, in light of everything that we've just covered here, I would like to cover something that we have talked extensively about lately, because and Mr. Esquire doesn't even want to reference the actual document that about what defamation is, according to Japanese law. He feels comfortable describing what defamation is according to Japanese law based upon some random third-party site that I've never even heard of. But this comes from the Library of Congress, so it has to be a decent document, I would think. Right? I would think. But again, small VTuber, I don't know what I'm talking about, obviously. So let's go. Let's read along here, and we will see. Even though small VTuber can't comprehend law because he's not a lawyer, see if my brain can wrap around this a little bit. Okay, so defamation is an expression, either by word or in writing, designed to bring injury to another's good fame. No distinction is made between libel and slander in Japan. Under the Civil Code, defamation constitutes an unlawful act for which monetary compensation and or other suitable measures, such as a public apology for the restoration of one's reputation, is required. It should be is, but anyways. Yeah, I don't know grammar either, so I mean, whatever. The pertinent provisions for the code are as follows, and then there are several different articles that spell out the various I guess you would want to call it the variations of what defamation are, depending on the specific action. That I guess that would be the best layman's terms for these different articles here. A person who violates intentionally or negligently the rights of another are bound to make compensation for damages arising thereafter or therefrom. Sorry, I can't read. Yes, I can't read. So, but yeah, I mean, you would think that calling Nijisanji's staff monkeys, or calling them below monkeys, as a certain attorney has done live on YouTube, you would think that would be defamation according to Japanese law. But I guess it's not, because he's a lawyer and, small VTuber. So I mean, whatever. See, Article 710. A person who is liable to compensation for damages in accordance with the provisions of the preceding article shall make compensation, therefore, even in respect of a non-punitive damage, irrespective of whether such injury was to the person, liberty, or reputation of another, or his property rights. Now, that's interesting because, again, smart lawyer calls Nijisanji's staff lower than monkeys, and monkeys could do a better job than their staff, and calling Nijisanji's lawyers and legal team incompetent and that they don't know what they're doing. Oh man, this almost seems kind of like defamation of character, doesn't it? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm thinking out loud. Small VTuber, big lawyer. Obviously, I don't know what I'm talking about. Okay, so let's move on, shall we? All right. And by the way, if I do sound salty, I am a little salty because, he has like literally blown me off with all the contact I've sent him, and I sent all my contact to him in good faith, and in a spelled out format that was completely organized with all the pertinent things that I had questions and would like to talk to him about, because it was all relevant to this case and what's going on. And then he passively aggressively blows me off, and we had lots of people who contacted me that have really small channels, and they're just looking for 15 seconds of fame. They're leeching off our popularity, false eye. It completely blows my mind that he comes along and just arbitrarily says that. Doesn't even try to talk to me about any of the stuff I sent him, and then immediately just like throw shade. And it's pissed me off ever since he threw that shade at me. And then he comes along and he gaslights his entire audience by by doing legal his lawyer double speak, and it just really, I mean, it bugged me all day, because somebody, and I knew I shouldn't have opened that message, but somebody had sent me something that said, "Hey, you really need to take a look at this," and I was like, "No, he didn't." So, anyways, let's move on here. Okay, let's move on. Because we have a lot of stuff to cover here, and not nearly enough time to cover it all. Okay, so we have established that small VTuber doesn't know what defamation is, and big lawyer doesn't want to use legitimate sites to source his material. Maybe we should, I don't know, talk a little bit about, I don't know, let's see here. Speaking of active laws, perhaps this might interest you. I've been rereading the Japanese Penal Code and digital rights law. The VTuber that is getting promoted on his site, on his channel, who has already made over $65,000 in just like 11 days, because she created controversy on her way out. She is actually profiting off of the defamation of her former company, because she is the center point of said defamation, which makes her liable according to Japanese law. But again, Mr. Lawyer would know that, or he would have already said that by now. So, okay, let's move on. Oh yeah, Article 172 of the Penal Code, which is, again, you can look it up on the Japanese law site here. Let me see if I can't pull it up here really quick. Oops, wrong one. Nijisanji. Japanese law and protection. Oh, no, this is actually the site that he used in order to talk about the personal information law of Japan. Made by a company called User Centrics. This looks like a for-profit company. Why would you use this as your source of information when you can literally go here, and boom. Actually pull up. Oh wow. Okay. Again, this is the government of Japan's English translation of the Act of Protection for Personal Information. Wow. He made an entire rant about just how much Nijisanji has messed up by sharing private information or supposed private information, and Vox coming out and saying that he actually saw this document, right? This supposed document. When if he would have come over here and I don't know, looked at Article 78. If a request is for disclosure is filed, unless any of the information listed in each of the following items thereafter referred to as non-disclosure information is recorded in the personal information of the administration the entity holds, which is subject to the request of disclosure, the administrative organization's head or administrative entity must disclose that information to the person requesting the disclosure. Let's look at subsection I1 here. Information that is likely to cause harm to the life, well-being, livelihood, or property of the person requesting disclosure, or the identifiable person, if an agent makes a request on behalf of said person. The same applies in the following item and item 3 of this article, paragraph 2 of the following article, and Article 80. So if the company has information which would safeguard the life, the well-being, or livelihood, or the property of the person that makes the request, they are required by Japanese law to disclose that information, regardless if it was personal or otherwise. In this case, Ellera had even said that Doki Bird was threatening to disclose information that may affect her livelihood, because that information was also going to disclose where she and Millie live. Wow. small VTuber comes along and goes to the government of Japan's website, pulls up their version of the Personal Information Act, and what do they call that in high school? Reading and comprehension. Right, yeah. Using my reading skills, and yes, I know that in the United States, reading skills and comprehension are on the downward, especially in private schooling or public schooling, because we live in the TikTok generation. If it's more than 30 seconds, you're not going to hold their attention. But reading and comprehension, again, small VTuber, reading law, comprehends law, comprehending law, and applying it to the relevant case where law applies. You can only connect so many dots before big lawyer has to agree that small VTuber has read law and understands what he is reading. But apparently that's not the case. So we'll move on. We will definitely move on. And by the way, according to Article 231 of the Japanese Penal Code, a person who insults another person in public, irrespective of whether the accusation alleges facts or not, the person is punished by the penal detention or petty fine. I wonder if it was a good idea to call the legal team of Nijisanji, lower than monkeys or incompetent. I just don't know. I don't know. My small VTuber brain doesn't know. Can someone please let me know if small VTuber brain actually comprehends what was just written and validate that for me, please? I really would like to know. And by the way, Mr. Big Lawyer, small VTuber would like you to, since you obviously have seen and dismissed me on every level, if you wouldn't mind entertaining this, would you kindly look at Article 234, 235, 247, and Act 57 of the Protection of Personal Information, and Articles 78 through 81, and please tell me, since small VTuber only reads law, and big lawyer is the one that actually has the big brain to disseminate whether or not law applies, could you please tell me if this applies to you or Doki Bird? Especially when it comes to things that have been done or said that you clearly have a bias to, even though you claim you don't. Would you entertain a small VTuber enough to do that? Or do I have to actually pull them up on the screen here and, read them out? Even though, small VTuber can't comprehend law. I'd really like to know. Oh yeah, and by the way, for those of you who are in attendance with me, this is actually really just a fun exercise in proving that us small VTubers are capable of holding an informed conversation about matters like this. And just because a big lawyer talks down to us small VTubers, and perhaps we small VTubers don't have as much cred as Nux or Fallside, doesn't mean that we can't bring something to the table in order to discuss. Just FYI, okay? Now, Mr. Lawyer and Mr. Fallside have actually also gone on record live and criticized and mocked, the rich, the rich black company, which is Nijisanji, supposedly, about what they do with all the profits that they get. I mean, they make so much money. They and I mean, they obviously are filling their pockets while making these V-livers work for peanuts, right? That has to be it, right? I mean, that just has to be it. Well, not really. not really. And I just had to laugh when I heard them talking about this. All right. So we're gonna pull up this post that I made on my channel, because I get past so much stuff, and some of it I immediately want to jump it and talk about, and there are times I'm kind of like, I don't know, but yeah. So if you've watched my channel and my previous streams, I even made a comment about whether or not Niji it was struggling business in business model and practice, because they have made on three separate occasions they have gone out and bought back public shares from for their company. But I did not stop to consider just how much of a buyback they were doing. And I purely was thinking on the level of, when a company does this, it typically helps to shore up the profitability of the stock itself and raise the price and make it more look more attractive for other potential people to come along and buy their stock as well. But I didn't stop to consider the financial investment that they were actually doing when this all transpired. This situation, and then Mr. Big Lawyer, making the comment that this sweatshop of a company, they're just pocketing millions and millions of dollars. And that's clearly not the case. And if we look at the financial results for the fourth quarter or second quarter of 2024 here, we can see that here we have cost of sales. Okay, we have cost of sales here, and then we have SG&A. All right, cost of sales includes the financial compensation for the talent, and SG&A, and we're going to talk about this more in a little bit. This encompasses the staff that work with the V-livers over there. Okay, but the bigger thing that I wanted to point out here was that they spend an average of $326,000 per VTuber in salary, various platform fees, and cost of merchandise and related events. That is not a insignificant number, all right? Definitely not. And if we come down a little bit further, and we examine the net profit after all costs are figured out of the revenue that came in, they made $498,000 yen. Okay, as reported in this report down here. And you know what the board of directors did? They went back and they took this money, and they took over half of that money, half of the profit, and reinvested it back into the company that they believe in. They could have pocketed all of this and just walked away, and buy that new yacht or whatever. But no, the board of directors decided, hey, you know what? Let's take this profit. We'll take a little bit more than half of it, and we'll reinvest it into our company. So our company has a net value and net worth of something to be proud of, and something to build upon. You don't see a company, a black company, taking over 50% of their profit and putting it back into their company. But, Mr. Lawyer couldn't be bothered with, going to their website and pulling up their investment reports. Yeah. And we're going to get to some sound bites here in order to bring some perspective of what I'm talking about here, okay? Now, I'm going to play you a few bites here, and it's more than a few, but we're gonna look at these here, and I want you to listen to what is being said, and then we'll talk about what is being said and what the actual facts are on the matter.
Also, frankly, I have had a lot of requests from people that have extraordinarily small channels, and that's fine. I love small channels, but frankly, I want to speak to people that have been doing this for a while, that have been in this. I can look at their content and see what they've been doing for a while. We can reference back on stuff. They've got materials to share with me, so we have more of a body of work to go off of.
Oh, okay, Mr. Attorney. So apparently, I haven't introduced myself to Mr. Lawyer here. Okay, so let me just briefly do that. Okay, Mr. Lawyer, my name is Marko Yamashita. I have just celebrated the completion of my second year of being a VTuber, and I'm going on my third year of being a VTuber. I actually got into this right at the same time that the entire Rusia incident happened with Hololive. I covered that extensively, including the things that happened with her, Kori, and also Mafu. And in fact, if you look at my body of work on my channel, the most popular videos are me discussing the facts of her case and showing the truth of what was going on, or the truth as it appeared at that time. So, if you really needed things to fall back on and reference on my channel, you can certainly do that. And you can actually see that through my body of work, I have actually looked at specific controversial content and things that have happened within the VTuber world and discussed it and put out the information the relevant information that were the facts at the time and allowed my viewers to make their own conclusion. I also provided opinions on said matters. However, I always try to ensure that my viewers know when I'm giving an opinion and when I'm stating facts. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Lawyer. Again, this is Small VTuber. I do hope that you, since I'm small, maybe you couldn't hear what I have to say, but it's nice to meet you, Mr. Lawyer. Okay, we'll move on. We're going to move on from Mr. Lawyer here, okay? Next.
My call as the first person to cover this was to elevate the conversations, not to claim that I'm some sort of god that knows all law.
Right. Yeah. Okay. And then, in your previous stream before this, Mr. Lawyer, you were completely, brutally, slandering the legal team of Nijisanji and telling them that they were wrong, that they shouldn't have done this, that this is a bad thing that could get them in trouble, where Doki Bird can sue them, despite the fact you could not actually state the law that might have been relevant to that particular claim. No, don't have anything to say in response to this, Mr. Lawyer. Okay, well, since you aren't God and you don't know all law, I guess I'll give you a pass. But this does sound like you're doing a little bit of gaslighting here, considering that you weave an entire narrative of opinion into your presentation, and then at the very end say, "Oh, by the way, this is not legal advice. I'm not giving legal advice here. I don't know the law." But yet you keep telling us that Nijisanji is in trouble with said law? Next.
Because the problem is that a lot of people will think, oh, well, I am this, and therefore I am Omega God. No, you're not. You might know one piece, but no lawyer knows everything. I don't claim to know everything. No other lawyer out there knows everything.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense. So I'm not God, but no one knows everything. So why do you keep commenting that Nijisanji are in trouble with the law? Why do you keep referencing specific things that cannot be applied to Japanese companies because they're in a different jurisdiction? And you still haven't shown any actual proof of where you're pulling these opinions from, other than your Western mindset, which you keep telling us we're looking at this in a Western mindset when this is Japanese law, but yet you keep trying to spin in a Western mindset by trying to get this arbitration into Canada. I mean, is it because Canada is north of the United States? Is that why? It's North law. That's not Western law. It's North law. I don't understand what you're trying to tell me, Mr. Lawyer. Well, let's move on.
I've had calm communications professionals reaching out to me. We're not talking about the Reddit. We're talking about personal emails. Okay.
Oh, okay.
We're talking about personal emails.
Okay.
And some people have been thanking me. Some people have been adding context. Some people have given me laws to look at.
Right? Yeah.
So I'm willing to digest all that information and study it because this is important. I'm
sure.
willing to do the research and do the homework. And
right.
if I'm wrong, this is my promise to you guys.
Okay.
If I am wrong, I will give a redaction here on this channel.
Oh, okay, okay. So, Mr. Lawyer, it's been about 4 days now since I have pointed out several discrepancies and comments that you have made on your channel. and even pointed to specific laws in Japanese law by using the Japanese law website that is provided in English for our convenience. About where you were you gave an opinion that was plain 100% wrong, especially when it comes to personal protected private information. Why haven't you done your redaction video yet? Mr. Lawyer, Mr. Lawyer. Okay, he obviously wants us to move on, guys, so we're gonna keep moving. Okay.
Right?
Hey,
on the legal.
Hey, look, it's Fall Side. Hey, Fall Side, how you doing? Welcome to the stream.
Basis, and we're gonna get to that. I have an email that I made it anonymous. I removed some personal details from it. We're gonna go through it together live on air of a person who's a Nijisanji fan.
Okay.
Who thought I was a little unfair. Okay. Right. So we're gonna go through that together. I think you'll have some good insight.
You were a little unfair. Well, Mr. Lawyer, you did call the Nijisanji staff lower than monkeys just a little bit ago. You actually said, monkeys could do a better job than the Nijisanji staff there. How's that fit in with what you just told us, Mr. Lawyer? Mr. Lawyer, how's that fit in with what you just told us? Nothing? Okay, we'll keep moving.
For that in a second. But I think it's important to understand, look, I'm listening to both sides, right? I'm not trying to be an echo chamber, and I'm not trying to shut people out.
Oh, okay. I am so sorry, Mr. Lawyer. You're not trying to shut people out of the conversation here. But, small VTuber, big lawyer, even bigger bigger VTuber on the side. You're not trying to shut people out, right? And you're not trying to silence us, even though right after I made that post that I did on my community board, 2 of my videos got nuked with flagged for inappropriate conduct, despite the fact they had been posted for days. You're not trying to shut people out, but maybe, just maybe, the people that you are enabling are. Just an idea.
Right.
Yeah, the law is interesting that way because it applies to all of us, but there's only so few of us that can actually speak to it with any actual knowledge and intelligence, right?
Right, and there's an ability, look, everybody can read the law, and there's the letter of the law, and sometimes it's very accurate, but also there's synthesizing the law. There can be different legal theories. There can be things at play that aren't in the letter of the law. You read the letter of the law that may not be how it's applied. There may be cultural context to it. There may be jurisdictional issues. We have one here in the Nijisanji Doki Bird situation.
Oh, well, that explains everything. So we can read the law, we can comprehend the law, and then we can also put it into a pot. And if our skill level is high enough, we can synthesize the law for the application of it to be official. I did not think about that. That is so brilliant, Mr. Lawyer. So that completely defeats the purpose of why, when you read the law, and you have the letter of the law, that the application and the spirit of the law applies to one person and not the other necessarily. But wait a minute, didn't Falsite didn't you say that everybody, yeah, the law applies to all of us. I could have sworn you said that.
Right.
Yeah, the law is interesting that way because it applies to all of us. But
it does, doesn't it, Falside? Yeah, yeah. You know, and I'm so glad that you agree with me on that.
there's only so few of us that can actually speak to it with any actual knowledge and intelligence.
Right. But Falside, I gotta disagree with you here because if the law applies to all of us and we're not supposed to be ignorant of the law, and we can't use ignorance of the law as the defense. Well, you know, in Japan you actually can, but that's besides the point. How is the law supposed to apply to all of us if there's only a select few of us that can actually read the law and interpret the law with any kind of intelligence? What do you think, Falside? Falside. Do you need to like get your real eye first and then like answer me? I would like to move on, but do you have anything to say? No. So in other words, you don't know how laws that are supposed to apply to all of us are supposed to be applicable to all of us, how we're supposed to be able to follow said law without being able to comprehend what the law is. That's actually a very scary precedent that you're putting there, Mr. Falside, and you, Mr. Lawyer. Mr. Lawyer, you know, I mean, just because laws can be applicable and based upon law theory does not mean that reading the law and understanding the law allows you the opportunity to follow the law and exercise the law because we have the knowledge and understanding of the law in order for us to do it legally, in order for us to do it as, you know, a human being. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Lawyer? Maybe. No? Oh, you're going to exercise your right to not incriminate yourself? Okay, well, that does not apply in Japan, but since I am based in the United States, I will, and I know that you're in Korea or Singapore or something like that, so, you know, I will honor your right to remain silent, and we'll just move on. Okay? Well, let's move on.
Correct. Ulas T says, HoloLive, Idol, and Phase now give a 12K now. That's a key word there. Now give a 12K debut budget on top of the model, promotion, and possibly debut song. Niji's the exception. Is this incorrect? Is this correct?
We do not have the exact figure for HoloLive. Idol is especially been open, and we also know that V4 Mirai, which is under Brave Group, they're a huge group too. They also ran at $12,000 for debut, up to. So it's a significant buy-in. Knowing that that's the big splash you're supposed to have at the beginning, and there's a bit of showmanship that goes with it. So it's reasonable that you would have some kind of actual budget of some kind.
Okay, and you know all this how? Where's the documentation that you know this, Falside? I would like to read it, you know, just so I can say, oh yeah, that's absolutely true. Falside, you know, is completely dead on right there. No, you don't want to share your sources. Okay, well, we'll move on.
That'd make me happy. RCP says, sadly, being a pick-me clout chaser seems to be a requirement for. You were backstage when I said this, but it seems to me, and I guess this is a thing, that a lot of the folks that are the haters, right, are really just starving for attention and acknowledgement, right? They just want somebody to kind of, you know, to notice them and notice their argument. And sometimes it seems like they're willing to grasp or willing to try to make extreme arguments just for them to get picked up.
I'm going to go ahead and just blame Twitter for that. I think X.com, its algo is now pushing into the VTuber scene what we had seen in the political scene for years, which is opposing views, smash them together, get that interaction going, and get people just doom scrolling, hating each other
Uh-huh.
all day long. Which
That is a fascinating piece of insight from you, Falside, considering that you're one of two instigators on X that I personally know of that encourage that doom scrolling by selectively clipping specific things in order to spin a narrative a specific way when it definitely does not spin that way, but and I have to apologize to you, Mister Attorney, lawyer, sir. I don't mean to clout chase on your coattails. I don't mean to actually read the laws that are real pertinent to this situation. I mean, I am reborn as a new person because I'm totally not clout chasing you, and even if that was a passive aggressive super chat that was directed towards small VTuber my way type of people, I have been talking about this stuff long before you even knew what a VTuber was, Mister Attorney. So I don't think I am clout chasing. And if I'm gonna inherit subscribers from especially Fallside, I'd rather not clout chase at all, because I don't want his toxic people on my chat.
Correct. Ulas T says, Hololive, Idol, and Phase now give a 12K next.
Okay.
Good idea.
Hamurallah says the 200K problem is from management, not helping her even besides payment. What's the point of having a manager that does not manage anything for me, if only to inform me I need more perms?
So I guess it's a question of like, how much management do you want, right?
Right.
What are you looking for from your managers? Are you just looking for someone who's gonna, rubber stamp everything you say, or are you looking for someone who's gonna help you actually grow and plan going forward? We've heard in passing that a lot of the talents don't like to super involve management. Things go slower at that point, right? So Selena's not been alone in that, but it is just time and time again where it's come out more publicly that she's not been in quite alignment that way, and that's why we're seeing it, just come to light here this way.
Yeah, so that sounds like a brilliant thing to do, Fallside. Not involving management, not going through the correct processes in order to get specific projects you're working on completed, and ensure that everything on the legal side per se is legit and signed off on, that all the permissions have been received by your employer in order for them to give the okay to release a cover song. Or I mean that just if you don't involve your manager, how are you going to be able to communicate? Wasn't that the chief complaint as well? Was that there was a lack of communication, Fallside? I could have sworn that was part of the problem. So if the talent are intentionally circumventing their managers because they think that management is too slow, and then they go out and complain that because management has been so slow, they just released a song on their own without management knowing that the okays are all there, so they pull it down. Whose fault is that? What do you think, Fallside? Is that the talent's fault, or is that the management's fault? You don't have an answer for that? Mr. Lawyer? What do you think? Oh, you're over there just grinning about this entire thing. Yeah, okay. Well, I don't know. I don't want to know what that grin of yours is about, so we're just gonna move on.
Chat, I gotta tell you guys, chat. When legal brought, we were just talking this morning for me, in the evening for him. He said, they thought my last guess was biased, and I'm like, well, if they think your last guess was biased, they're gonna think twice as much about me. I don't know but I have a history with Nijisanji actually, and I might need some legal advice from you on this actually.
So, Mr. Lawyer, you willingly brought a guest on your show who readily admits that he has history with this company, which you are supposedly being biased about, by the way, and providing a biased legal presentation about what is going on with Niji. You willingly bring on a guest that has not, he has a history with Nijisanji where he's gotten in trouble with Nijisanji about specific things. He openly admits that he's biased, and he still has neither one of you have presented any actual information for what you guys are even talking about. I'm a little lost here because I thought you were trying to provide an unbiased legal presentation about the subject. But what are you doing here, Mr. Lawyer? Are you purely doing this because you're getting lots of money off of it? I mean, it kind of feels like you're just kind of like, just kind of milking this just a little bit, just a little bit. You're getting lots of money, lots of views off of this. I wonder. Well, we'll go to the next question here.
That's the end of lessons. Well, certainly, look, I'm not afraid of taking an unpopular take. I'm not afraid of taking a controversial take. Unfortunately, for most of this, I think that the facts and the law weigh on the other side.
And your proof is what, Mr. Lawyer? Where is your proof? Where is the evidence? Does it say in the law that it favors Doki and Nijisanji are at fault here? But can you point out specifically a subsection of the law that proves, or at least hints at, the levity of what you're saying? Anything. Just throw me a bone here.
Right. Of course, the thing I will say is I'm not for brigading. I'm not for attacking any of that.
Oh, no one. No one's saying that.
That's something not good.
I don't think that calling Nijisanji's staff lower than monkeys helps your case on that, Mr. Lawyer. Just want to put that out there. But I mean, again, small VTuber, big lawyer. I mean, I guess you know better, don't you? Yeah.
I think that in terms of that document, I thought most of that we kind of added some weight on the other side to kind of balance that out full.
Yeah. That document that were pure insinuations, and you gave a legal opinion on that document without providing any context to any Japanese law that may pertain to what you're talking about. And you didn't even pull out anything from Canada to say this is what the law says in Canada. Not that Canada could, not that she'll be able to get anything by filing a lawsuit in Canada, other than spending, hundreds of thousands of dollars to fight for a case that will never get extradited to Canada, because Japanese law states that if there is a problem with one of their citizens, and that citizen or entity is in Japan, it must be filed in Japan. Mr. Lawyer, rebuttal? No? Okay.
I don't know if you have any closing documents on closing thoughts on that.
3 points, if I may.
Oh, 3
Sure,
points.
sure,
Okay.
See the
Okay.
floor. See the floor.
I don't know Disney. I don't know BlackRock.
Uh-huh.
I don't know Pfizer. I
Uh-huh.
apologize that if I am unaware of what they're doing is potentially worse than a VTuber agency. I do know VTuber agencies.
You do?
And we can clearly see that Nijisanji is the one that is out of line.
Objection. Where is your proof? The burden of proof is on the prosecution here, Mr. Fallside. Where is your proof? Tell me what law Nijisanji has broken. Nothing? You're just going to throw out an empty-based accusation like this. All right.
Here, even from the precedent set from other agencies.
The precedents set by other agencies. The precedents set by other agencies is irrelevant to any kind of punishment by the code of law. You have not given me one freaking piece of evidence that they have done wrong. You have made slanderous accusations with no proof. And the burden of proof in Japanese court is on the prosecution, not the defendant.
We have examples here. We know.
You have examples of what? You have examples of behavior that you claim break Japanese law, but you won't ever, and you can't cite what law they have broken.
How they operate, even
how they operate. You know how they operate. Really, you know how they operate. Okay, we'll get to that in a second.
On base levels, right?
On base level, okay.
That to say, like, go after that and don't look here is just not going to apply. When we can do everything, we can walk and chew bubblegum at the same time.
I don't know about that, Mr. Fallside. I mean, Mr. Fallside, you're not making a good case here. I'm sorry.
Right? There's a lot of different ways that we can go ahead and look at these things. So then we have the constant argument here of, oh, look at this liver, they bought this thing. Oh, look at this liver, they did well and this money. Look, it's not going to be the same for every talent. Some of them are doing better than others. And also, it potentially is survivorship bias. You are potentially looking at, some folks that are doing very well and talking about it, but others maybe not. You're not.
What relevance? You have no idea what you're trying to prove here or what you're trying to say, Mr. Fallside. You have no idea at all. You're trying to make an emotional plea about this case without providing any details, any proof, or anything that states that any color has broken any type of law. And you've already admitted that you have a bias against Nijisanji. How are you going to present me an evidence-based case that Nijisanji had done something wrong against Dokibird? You can't. You can't, and that's why you're spitting nonsense here.
Aware of their financial situations, and it's interesting they would bring up, well, frankly, Mista for all of them, as we know that is a particular talent that had, by their own admission in a later portion of their life, actual financial issues. And they were not actually given direct assistance from the corporation. They were given assistance from a CEO from another corporation.
And this has any relevance how? What obligation did Nijisanji have that compelled them to, like, you have to give her money? What point are you trying to make? That someone, good-hearted outside the organization helped her? Great. but there's no argument saying that Nijisanji were required to help her.
An opposing, potentially rival one at that.
And your point? You don't have one, do you?
I mean, isn't that telling?
No, it's not. It's not. False side, it's not. Because you have no idea what you're talking about. Just plain simple.
Is that at all?
So yeah, no, I'm not trying to start a war or anything. Just trying to get the good commentary out there, and hopefully this does resolve. And hopefully they come to a settlement. Hopefully they come to an agreement. Hopefully there's something that both sides are happy with, and they can move on with their lives. Clearly, they know that Doki is no longer threatening to expose anybody. This isn't an imminent threat to dox or to do a damaging public statement. It seems like that's not going to happen. So,
okay.
From their side, so I think they can kind of ramp down, hopefully, and come to some sort of agreement to kind of close it out. Let me see. I want to.
What obligation does Nijisanji have to litigate this situation and ramp it down on their side? They don't need to do anything because Nijisanji are the defendants in this thing. They're not the prosecution. They don't have to do anything because according to Japanese law, the burden of proof is on the prosecution, not the defendant. And you keep making Nijisanji the defendant, so they don't have to do anything at all.
I want to talk about costs. Yeah, so this is a good pause point. So let's talk about this.
Yeah.
About costs,
We're going to talk about costs. Okay.
How do you feel about that? What are your thoughts on the costs?
Okay.
So, Celine, now Doki Bird, revealed that she had spent $200,000, likely Canadian, so probably $150 US.
Yeah.
Last year, and had trouble finding any kind of profit in that. Now that was her initiative. She took that initiative. We're not getting any indication that like Nijisanji pushed her to do that or something like that, right?
Okay.
That's not what we're basing that off
That's
of.
fair. That's fair.
I think a lot of the pushback that Nijisanji gets on this is because even their smaller competitors are very quick to show how they are monetarily supporting their actual talents, whether it be actually giving them a budget on debut, which kind of universally that's what we see across the board.
Sure.
Or potentially giving them a salary, which is becoming a little bit more normal, actually. We're starting to understand from a lot of agencies.
That's true.
Not the case with Nijisanji. So it's just a bit of a
objection. Again, Mr. Lawyer here brings on guest that is supposed to be well versed and informed on said content, and we have not seen one bit of evidence to back up any of the statements that they have made in the last hour and a half that I've been talking about this. They have brought up an email that was sent to Mr. Lawyer that basically one of his fans was emailing a complaint about just how biased he was being towards Nijisanji. But you haven't provided any proof. There's no substance here, guys. Don't you have anything to show us that may confirm what you're telling us here? Anything?
Disconnect with people when they see a company that is worth, as of valuation of October 2022, $2.5 billion US dollars.
Yeah,
right. That's a lot.
To give what looks to be minimal to no actual monetary backing here, and so there's a bit of a disconnect in that way. And that
I have to object to this thing again here, Mr. Lawyer, Mr. Fallside. small VTuber wants to present something to you guys. So, you know, gosh, I don't mean to speak out of turn here, guys. I really don't. But I mean, okay, if we go back over here, right? We're gonna go back over here to Any Colors website, okay? And I want you to see this. Okay, so we're gonna go over here to the website, and then we're gonna come over here, and okay, that's for later. Okay, that's for a little bit later. Okay, so what we have here, Mr. Lawyer and Mr. Big VTuber, sir, we have what's called a quarterly financial report. Okay, this is an actual financial report for the fourth quarter, the quarter that we just or second quarter. I'm sorry, second quarter in the fiscal year of 2024. Okay, this is Any Colors actual thing that by the way, this is all public. This is public knowledge. Okay, anybody in in the entire world can access this. Okay, so I kind of want I'm going to scroll down here. Okay, so what we have here, we have this financial results for Any Color. And as you can see, it provides us with revenue, cost of sales, gross profit, SG&A, and operating profit. Okay, so these are actual numbers of what they have made and what has gone in and out. Okay, now I know these are big words, and so small VTuber, big lawyer, and big VTuber should be able to comprehend what I'm about to say. Okay, so just bear with me, okay? Because I don't want you to feel intimidated by me talking about this. Okay, so what we have here is for Nijisanji. If you come over here and look at cost of sales, if you look at cost of sales and then you come down and you look at the notes within cost of sales, you'll notice, and I'll actually zoom in for the benefit of those who can't read very small letters. I'm a small VTuber, so maybe you guys can't read small letters. But if we come over here, and we look at number 4 and number 5 here. Number 4 includes fees paid to the VTubers, various platform fees, and cost of merchandise and events for related sales. So this number here, the direct variable cost includes the amount of money that goes out to their VTubers or actually their livers. Their livers for that quarter. Nuts. Not nuts. I'm sorry. You misrepresent facts so much. I thought you were nuts for a second. False side. False side. Do you have anything to comment in response to that? I mean, you did say that we don't know. But I clearly have numbers here. You're speechless, aren't you? Yeah, because you're just spouting BS and you don't have any idea what you're talking about, do you? You don't. You don't at all. All right. So let's look at number 5 here. Again, I am small VTuber, so I guess I have small brain. And so big VTuber and big lawyer, you probably are laughing at me right now because, they're like, that's not what it really means, but hey, just bear with me. Okay. So number 5 here for the variable cost assets, and other costs of sales. Now, that includes employee-related, office-related, and outsourcing other costs allocated to cost of sales. So that includes payments to employees, payments to contracted employees, payments for commissions, outsourcing, like, for all their merchandise, that's all included there. And if we do just a little math, we could probably find out a good guesstimate of how much support Nijisanji actually gives each VTuber. You're mind blown, aren't you? That small VTuber can actually read and comprehend. But wait a minute, I get, obviously, I'm reading and comprehending, but just like the law, I mean, I guess there is some sort of theoretical process that I'm obviously missing. Right. So here again, small VTuber, I'm able to find actual information relevant to this situation. False side? You're still speechless, aren't you? Okay. Well, we'll get back to you. Okay, false side, but we'll get back to you. Okay. So we know we have these numbers here, right? And for this operating quarter, we know that there were 158 VTubers on payroll at that time, right? And if we go to this slide here, which is in their physical report for the quarter, we can actually see the number of employees that were employed by Anycolor to support their livers. You see where I'm going with this? Oh, yeah. So, there were 365 employees for Anycolor that are there to support their livers, right? So we have business administration, studio contents production, development of streaming apps, illustration of 2D and 3D models. We have VTuber management included in this. We have new VTuber planning figured into this. We have content planning. And they have people hired for content planning. They have people hired for event planning. They have people hired specifically to do YouTube program planning, media mix planning, and corporate sales. If we look at the breakdown of this, only 21 of 365 people are in business administration. Everyone else practically does, hands-on with what happens with their livers every single day. You would think that if they have 365 people on their payroll, that they might have a good support system for their livers. False side, you want to jump in here? No? Okay. We'll keep going. We'll keep going. Small VTuber has to rest every once in a while, because I'm doing all the talking here, and I'm actually showing actual documentation from where I'm pulling my information from, and I'm not pulling it out of my ass like what we've been witnessing from big VTuber for the last 2 hours. But we'll move on. We'll move on. I guess you're just trying to pace yourself. Okay. So we know that in fiscal year of 2024 in their fourth quarter, and let me actually move this over just a little bit. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we have numbers here for revenue. We have numbers here again, cost of sales, gross profit. And this is actually going to also address another clip that's coming up here pretty soon. But since we're on the topic, I guess we can talk about it now, right? Okay. So we have all these numbers here, right? And we know that for SG&A is for their support team. They had an operating cost of 626 million yen. Okay, so we have 626 million yen. That converts over to 4,159,563 for that quarter. That's how much they paid out to people to support these livers. Now that breaks down to roughly $1,386 a month. Okay, so we have that, and we know that 365 people were on payroll that were not livers. So we can get an average of what is paid out every month per employee. This is going to be an employee average from top to bottom, so this is not going to be completely accurate. But this is actual numbers that we can apply to the situation, so we can have an approximation of how much money is being spent to support every liver at Niji. And we know, based upon this information, that every employee per month, on average, pulls in roughly $3,798 a month. Okay? That's a month per employee. Okay? Now, there's 365 employees for Nijisanji. That roughly averages out to about 2 employees per VTuber, which, honestly, that's kind of that's kind of impressive, because if you have a manager and somebody who's running assistants with various other things, that would be spot on, especially if a manager only has to deal with a couple. But we obviously, with the dynamic here, there's going to be a sizable discrepancy, because we don't know actual salaries per person, actual breakdowns, contracts, so on and so forth. But we can use approximations in this case to get an average, so we can see how much on average Nijisanji is spending to support their VTubers. Now, or rather their livers. Now, we know that 158 people livers were working for Niji during this time frame. We know that, according to the data, the total amount that was spent for that quarter was 3,475 million yen, which translates roughly into $23,930,000 for that quarter. Okay? Now that's how much they spent on their livers, purely on their talent. Okay? If you break that down for a 3-month period, which would give us an approximate of the amount that Nijisanji spent per liver. Nijisanji spent approximately $7,697,000 a month for their livers. There's 158 livers, so that breaks down to approximately $48,719. That's per liver. That's what each liver would get on average working for Niji. Okay? Now, if we look at the total combined effort between the staff in the support role, which they had a different metric within the physical budget that they paid them for, and then your livers, which were in a different category, so weren't included in SG&A. So their salary was not included in SG&A. We get, on average, per liver, Nijisanji spends approximately $48,719 a month per liver, and then $7,597 for supporting staff, which would bring a grand total to $56,317. Nijisanji spends approximately $56,317 to support each of those livers. That comes to a grand total per year. Each liver gets approximately $675,000 worth of reimbursement and support to work for them. Nux? No, I'm sorry. Fall side? Fall side, you keep spitting nonsense, so I swear you sound like Nux. Beavers, welcome. Is there a difference between JP and EN? There is not, according to the metrics that are on the physical report. So we don't know for sure. Okay, like between different branches, what is paid for each branch. Okay, these are approximate numbers based upon the raw data evidence in the financial reports. The numbers that Mr. Fallside here claims are super top secret and no one knows from Niji. So okay, well, Mr. Fallside, you still seem at a loss for words, so we're gonna move on. Okay, is that okay with you, Mr. Fallside? All right.
Audit the yacht. Steve Butcher says it still leaves a bad taste in our mouth. The company made millions, and their CEO is a billionaire, yet doesn't even support their livers with small budgets. That's just exploitation, not only by NJ. The one thing I can say, and this is something that I think goes for everything, is if you have a problem with a corporation's practice, your solution, your remedy is always do not patronize that. If you have a moral problem with any corporation, you should not patronize that. There are many corporations which I do not patronize because I have moral issues with them. And I'm sure that others do the same thing where they have an issue with their practices. And I go about my day. I don't get mad about it. I just don't buy their products. Even when
it's very telling, Mr. Attorney, sir, considering that the stream that you did earlier today, you were actually criticizing people who were blacklisting Nijisanji for their personal opinions on said situation. So you're telling us to not pay attention to them, but don't blacklist them. That's kind of like how people are like, boycott, iPhones because they're made in China under slave labor or something like that. Mr. Lawyer, I just keep feeling that there's a lot of flip-flopping of opinion on this. I mean, this might just be the attorney part of him talking out of turn, but what else do you have to say about this?
When it's inconvenient, I don't buy their products. That's your personal choice. I support everybody's personal choice to do that.
Okay.
That's our system.
Okay.
Is Nijisanji public? I assume they're private. They are a publicly traded company.
Yes, they are. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
How about reinvesting back in your own company to make the pot to perform better? Silly, I know. Yeah, well, they could do that, and they're not, and that's a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Attorney. What was that again? What was that? I want to make sure I heard that right.
How about reinvesting back in your own company to make the pot to perform better? Silly, I know. Yeah, well, they could do that, and they're not, and that.
Where do you get that idea, Mr. Attorney? I'd like to know.
That's a question for their shareholders, right?
Okay.
That's a question for their shareholders.
Uh-huh.
Is that a smart use of their money?
Uh-huh.
Once again, up to them.
Well, to give you a
So I'm sorry, Mr. Lawyer. We're going to go back to the last comment you just made, because you said, and I just want to make sure, because you did say earlier that you would issue a redaction if you were wrong. So I want to make sure I heard you right.
Audit the yacht. Have an issue with their practices, and I go about my day.
Okay.
I don't get mad about it. I just don't buy their products. Even when it's inconvenient, I don't buy their products.
Okay.
That's your personal choice. I support everybody's personal choice to do that.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
our system.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Is Nijisanji public? I assume they're private. They are a publicly traded company.
They are.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
How about reinvesting back in your own company to make the pot to perform better? Silly, I know. Yeah, well, they could do that, and they're not, and that's a question for their shareholders.
Okay. So, Mr. Lawyer, you're saying that Nijisanji, they're not reinvesting in their company. Okay. So, let's go to their website. Okay. You know how to go to a website, I assume, Mr. Lawyer. Let's go to their website here, and let's look at their investor information. Okay. Okay. So what do we have here? Notice regarding progress of completion of treasury stock repurchases. I wonder what this is about. Oh, wow. So, Mr. Lawyer, you said this about 5 days ago, roughly. This was issued January 18th of last month. Well, actually, it's almost 2 months now. And it looks like their shareholders have reinvested 2,499,980,000 yen back into their company to make their company perform better. Yeah. I mean, if we come back over here and we see what their revenue and their operating profit was, we can see that their operating profit for a 6-month period is 6,482,000,000. So let's do the dirty math. They reinvested almost half of their operating profit back into their company. I don't suppose you have any type of information counter to this, do you, Mr. Lawyer? So what you're essentially doing is spreading misinformation to tens, if not hundreds of thousands of people that watch this video. So are we gonna get a redaction about this? I would like to
because the problem is that a lot of people will think, oh, well, I am this,
Uh-huh.
and therefore I am Omega God. No,
Uh-huh.
you're not. You might know one piece, but no lawyer knows everything. I don't claim to know everything. No other lawyer out there knows everything. I've had calm communications professionals reaching out to me. No, we're not talking about the Reddit.
Right.
We're talking about personal emails.
Okay.
We're talking about personal emails.
Okay.
And some people have been thanking me. Some people have been out of context. Some people have given me laws to look at. Right. So I'm willing to digest all that information and study it because this is important. I'm willing to do the research and do the homework.
So you've done the research and homework on this, but you just said that they are not reinvesting into their company. Have you even looked at their website? I wonder. I really wonder, because again, I've been talking about this for 2 hours now, and other than a Reddit thread and a secondary document written by an anonymous person, you have not shown me one lick of evidence or even cited one law that is relevant to this case.
And if I'm wrong, this is my promise to you guys.
Okay.
If I am wrong,
okay,
I will give a redaction here on this channel.
Okay. So, again, 5 days ago, you said this. This stock reinvestment was posted in January. And you said that they're not reinvesting in their company when they put in almost half of their operating profit back into the company. Are we going to get that redaction, I wonder?
Audit the yacht.
Yeah. No, let's audit the legal mind.
Reference here, their Japanese talents.
And
like the last month, average of viewership of 15,000.
And that is relevance to what, based upon their operating expenses. Which, by the way, this person that sent this super chat is completely wrong on what the actual operating expenses are.
Viewers for any stream.
Okay. So obviously they're bringing in a lot, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So obviously even that is like a fraction of what they're actually making.
Oh,
So
yeah. We're not talking about merchandising. We're not talking about all the super chat revenue that comes after that too. Yeah, there's all of these commerce.
I don't mean to beat a dead horse, Fall Side, but where the fucking hell do you get your information from? Because, I mean, again, small VTuber, small brain maybe, I guess, or I don't know, can't digest information that's on the internet, but let's cost of sales, public information, cost of sales. I got it. Again, big VTuber probably can't read small text on big paper. So let's zoom in so big VTuber can see the small text. Let's see here. Okay, we're looking at note number 4. Includes fees paid to VTuber, various platform fees. Come back here. Various platform fees and cost of merchandise and event sales. This is public information. How does big VTuber who obviously knows everything or has the knowledge, how the hell did you even vet this guy, Mr. Attorney? Because I am having that exact look on your face right now. Again, small VTuber went and did the research that big VTuber obviously can't. With public information to the public, I don't think, and maybe again, small VTuber brain, maybe my small VTuber brain just can understand the small text on this screen. But if small VTuber, who you completely blew off, who you actually passively aggressively threw shade my way, if small VTuber can spend the time to do the actual research on the topic that you're talking about on your channel, why did you bring him on if not just for getting more views? Because I mean, I have produced 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different documents, including Japanese law, about the topic that you are supposed to be talking about. Do you guys have anything to say? Of course not. Okay. But I digress. Let's move on. Okay, we already talked about that.
Since I've been listening to your 2 previous streams podcast stuff. As an American living and working in Japan, what's up, Nico Shark? Maybe when I'm down over there sometime, we'll hit you up. It's interesting learning about intricate differences between American and Japanese law. And today, Nico Shark, I've actually got more Japanese legal law to go over, or at least principles to go over with you. I found a very good article on the nuances of Japanese defamation law that I want to read with you guys, because I think we need for everybody to understand how it's different in some ways in which Japan doesn't work like the US or Canada or the West. They just don't have the same concepts, and even deeper than that, they don't believe in them. Like a lot of things other countries will adopt, but they don't really believe in it. And
I can't even. I just, okay. Yeah, okay. So let's have laws that the population must adhere to, but only a small fraction of said population can actually understand them, and you don't have to believe in them anyways. They're just laws. I mean, they're just laws, guys. I mean, that's the answer. That is the answer. They're just laws. They don't believe in them. Yeah, just like people don't believe in the Second Amendment. Yeah, okay, yeah, it's just a law. I mean, it grants you your liberty to have a firearm, but it's just a law. I mean, that's just like saying just because women can vote and there's a law saying women can vote, it doesn't mean that a woman should go vote. I mean, and I know I'm going to get canceled for saying this, but I mean, Mr. Big Attorney here is making the case that, just because it's a law, it doesn't mean that we have to believe in it. And it doesn't mean that we have to follow it because it's just a law. I mean, come on. What is this? I thought you were actually like somebody reputable. My God. I mean, seriously. I can't get through more than like 2 hours worth of his streams to like actually listen to what he says, because I get to this point, and I literally look at him and say, how is it you can claim to be an attorney with a straight face? I mean, he comes up on live on his channel, and he calls the staff of Nijisanji below monkeys. He actually said that. He actually said that the staff of Nijisanji don't know what they're doing, and a monkey could do their job better. He said that. This is the same guy that just admitted that supposed Japanese law, which he found a great website, guys, a great website, so that he could show you what Japanese law says about defamation. It is very important that you know about it. And I just gotta show you where I found it. Yeah. All you gotta do is go to the Library of Congress, Mr. Attorney, and get an English copy of the Japanese law of defamation. Not the .com that you took your audience to, that doesn't actually explain, it doesn't actually say what the what defamation of it is in Japan law. It just gives, again, it gives a Western take of what the defamation law in Japan says. So you can't take that at face value. It's not like Japan believes in it anyways. What is this, man? Come on. It's right there. You go to the Library of Congress and you type in Japan defamation law, and boom, it's right there in English. I got one better. I got one better. You want to be able to read the translation of Japanese law, Mr. Lawyer? Just go to the government website of Japan that and you can go and actually read the entirety of the penal code and the civil code in English. Again, small VTuber, big attorney, and he doesn't even know this? I mean, you want to throw shade my way because I'm a small VTuber and you're a big lawyer, you know, and if small VTuber disrespects big lawyer, I'm not going to return his emails or messages. Okay, I'm going to show just how inept you really are. I'm going to show everybody out there how inept you really are by simply, using the internet. I mean, it's not hard. It really isn't. It's not hard. You Google, Japan law in English. And say, oh, look, that one says it is from the government of Japan. And it's in English. Wow, I can read it because it's in English. But, according to Mr. Big Attorney, just because you can read, guys, doesn't mean that, that you can comprehend. I mean, I get that the education system in the United States is not great right now, but I mean he's basically saying you're too stupid to actually look at this and comprehend it. The average person. What else you got for me, Mr. Attorney?
Target on their backs and by their own corporation, making everyone wonder, are you a bully? And that is going to be a pervading question over and over and over again, unless there is some kind of more personal resolution given to us, to the viewers, right? It goes just beyond the actual law of this. It goes beyond, to actual parasocial relationships.
What the are you talking about? I mean, he's actually talking about, parasocial. He's basically saying that every person that watches a VTuber has a parasocial relationship with that said VTuber. Weren't you one of those people that were calling out people who were in supposed parasocial relationships? What the? When he doesn't know what he's talking about, he basically just says words and tries to fit them together so that it sounds semi-coherent. I mean, if he doesn't have a prepared script ready for him so he can spin a specific topic that he wants to talk about. I mean, he literally speaks nonsense for hours, and we're supposed to look at him and say, that guy knows what he's talking about. Maybe the low information person is, I mean, maybe the small brain people who aren't small VTubers might just say, yeah, okay, maybe. I mean, what are you talking about? I really want to know, what the hell is he talking about? CJC, welcome to the chat. Okay, so this was my last clip of their interaction. After that, they brought on another female VTuber who also has been talking about this and doing parody type of, Ace Attorney, type stuff about this. And I mean, I guess, whatever, but you again, you have small VTuber talking about big law, and Mr. Attorney says that, just because you can read and just because you can comprehend what you're reading, it doesn't mean that, it doesn't mean that if you read the law and understand what you're reading, that you actually understand what you're reading. Okay, because, according to Fallside, only a small number of people can actually comprehend and have the ultimate knowledge to be able to decipher what the law says, even if it's presented to you in a language that you can read. I mean, I don't know what else to say about this, because it just blows my mind that I sat here, okay? I sat here and have literally, like, hang on. I don't usually do this, but I'm gonna do this anyways. Okay, so this is the actual email that I sent Big Lawyer, okay? This is the actual email that I sent him. Wasn't hostile, wasn't demeaning, was anything else, I'll read a part of it to you. I sent this to your ex account, however, I'm sending it a copy of my message here as well. Hopefully you'll be able to catch one of them. I explain who I am. I told them that I am sending reaching out to him in regards to the current Discord in VTubing. I'm contacting you because recently one of my regulars informed me about your streaming regarding Nijisanji, and while there's still a vast amount of content I've yet to review, I noticed the commentator Gator seemed to steer the conversation away from anything that might show fault or lack of ownership / responsibility on the part of Dokibird. Would you be interested in entertaining a conversation between us where we can discuss the uphill battle that she has, and why an equally compelling case can be made against Dokibird based upon the currently public comments she's made, both before and after being employed with Nijisanji? I spell out actual points that I would want to talk to him about. How the termination notice was assembled based upon Dokibird's threatening to release information. And I also provide context that there is information that is relevant in Japanese law about that release and disclosure of private information. I also reference archive comments that she's made in the past and present that allude to her mental condition that Niji could use against in a case against her, and how she could defend herself against it. I've also mentioned claims that were made via the workflow for streaming content with the IP holders. I spelled out this entire thing very, very professional and non-threatening. and then like, not more than like a day later, he Mr. Attorney comes out and
also, frankly, I have had a lot of requests from people that have extraordinarily small channels, and that's fine. I love small channels, but frankly, I want to speak to people that have been doing this for a while. that have been in this, I can look at their content and see what they've been doing for a while. We can reference back on stuff. They've got materials to share with me, so we have more of a body of work to go off of.
Yeah, a body of work to go off of. Okay, so I mean, I literally provided you with a 6-point, presentation along with actual content relevant to the case, or relevant to the topics that I wanted to talk about, including credible information from actual government organizations in Japan, which are relevant to this case, and I also mentioned additional information here at the end from the stream that he did afterwards. I have I don't mean to be self-promoting myself, because I really don't self-promote myself much. However, let's see here. Let's look at the body of content that I have here. Okay, well, see, I have talked extensively about Russia. I talked about how she was canceled. Let's see here. I've done an open letter towards them. We've talked about post Russia. We talked about Pikami here and the whole situation between them. I talked about the discourse between in the Hall Life fandom. I think there's more than enough there that you could go back and look at and see what I've talked about and pull from. In addition to actually, being knowledgeable about what I want to talk about and providing actual links towards the information, which he never he never used once to steer his conversations. I think but I guess, again, small VTuber, I guess not enough clout to fill his super chat pockets. Maybe. I mean, it seemed like he did more, more stoking the flames of, send me more money super chat wise than actual talking about the actual content that his stream was supposed to be about, and never once actually used an actual credible source to explain the context of why he has an opinion one way or the other. And I mean, he spent like over 2 hours basically gossiping with Deadeye, and it's like, okay, I can do that, guys. I think I can do that. You think I can BS with somebody for a couple hours and try to sound like I know what I'm talking about, despite the fact that I also have credible and I can cite actual websites that contain information relating to said content that I put out there? Maybe. Sort of, maybe. I don't know. I mean, yeah, there is a lot of drama right now with Nijisanji, and it is extremely toxic that you have this lawyer who is like giving a legal opinion on said situation, but it's not legal advice, it's an opinion. Okay, so I mean, but he gives these opinions. It doesn't cite any relevant information or source of where he is actually pulling this information in his head from, right? But yet, small VTuber who actually goes through the hassle of pulling relevant content and information and source material from actual sources that are government entities gets told, you're a small VTuber. I'm sorry, you're a small VTuber with a small channel. I'm gonna go with Nux and Deadite over here because that more people tune in if I have their names on my thumbnail. Yeah. You don't give a fuck about what you're actually talking about, Mr. Esquire. I'm sorry. I just had to say that. You really don't. You don't care about this industry. You don't care about the people that are actually being affected by this. You don't care that you are giving actual opinion that spins the narrative and causes more toxicity, despite the fact that you don't actually know what the hell you're talking about, but yet you keep giving all this opinion like you do. And I don't give a damn if you can come out and say, nobody is God, nobody knows all laws, nobody knows everything. Well, fuck me, I thought you did. Because apparently, if we're not big lawyer, we can't have a opinion on law, even if we can read it and comprehend it. Because big lawyer says just because you read the law doesn't mean that you understand the law, and it doesn't mean that it can be applied in the way that the law states, even if it's specifically spelled out. Do not kill. It is against the law to kill. Okay, guys, don't go out and kill anybody. According to the law, it says don't kill anyone. But small VTuber, but what does the law actually mean? I don't know, okay? Because, there can be like a theory of a practice of the application of the law that's, specifically says that, don't kill somebody, but if you go out and kill somebody, it's okay because, you know what, we don't actually practice the law anyways. Yeah, we don't care about the law anyways. So, don't do it. But if you go out and do it, nothing's going to happen. That's what Big Lawyer said. And it pisses me off that he sits there and says, I want to be, what was it that he said? Let's play the soundbite again. Let's play the soundbite again.
My call as the first person to cover this.
You weren't the first person that covered this. I was the first person that covered this with an actual, pulling out actual law and saying this is like what law says on it. Yeah, you weren't the first one. Sorry.
Was to elevate the conversation.
Elevate the conversation. Elevate the conversation with what? You have provided nothing other than saying, I am Big Lawyer. My opinion matters when it comes to law, and anybody else who reads the law and understands what they're reading doesn't matter.
Not to claim that I'm some sort of god.
Really? Well, I would have completely not assumed that based upon, your comments.
That knows all law.
Right. But then you come along and say, well, just because you can read Japanese law doesn't mean it's going to be applicable because, according to Canada's law, but yet when we come to talk about Canada's law, you suddenly feign ignorance about Canadian law. That is the quintessential remark and response of a lawyer. If you're going to give an opinion about it, stand on your opinion and actually stick to it. If you're going to sit there and say, this is how it goes, this is how it is, give us the fucking evidence and proof of that what you're saying is true. Don't bring us to some third-party website that like has some knowledge-based information that is over a year out of date. Not even explaining correctly what the Japanese law that is applicable to the situation that you claim you're talking about actually applies to.
Because the problem is that a lot of people will think, oh, well, I am this,
Uh-huh.
and therefore I am Omega God.
Yeah, like you.
No, you're not.
Yeah, no, you're not.
You might know One Piece,
Yeah, you might know One Piece.
but no lawyer knows everything.
Right.
I don't claim to know everything.
Uh-huh.
No lawyer out there knows
Uh-huh.
everything. I've had calm communications professionals reaching out to me.
Uh-huh.
We're not talking about the Reddit.
Uh-huh.
We're talking about personal emails. Okay?
Uh-huh.
We're talking about personal emails.
Right, like what I sent
some
you.
Some people have been thanking me. Some people have been adding context. Some people have given me laws to look at.
Uh-huh.
Right?
Yeah.
So I'm willing to digest all that information and study it because this is important. I'm willing
Right.
to do the research and do the homework.
But yet you never show us or say one single time in all the hours I have watched you talk about this subject that you constantly feign ignorance about Japanese law, despite the fact that it is in English on their government website.
And if I'm wrong, this is my promise to you guys.
Yeah.
If I am wrong,
Uh-huh.
I will give a redaction
Okay.
here on this channel.
And okay, you're gonna give a redaction. Okay, you are gonna give a redaction. So if let's go back to
On the
this.
yacht.
Yeah, art at the yacht. Yeah, but he's totally not biased, people.
Steve Butcher says, it still leaves a bad taste in our mouth. The company made millions and their CEO is a billionaire, yet doesn't even support their livers with small budgets. That's just exploitation, not only by NJ. The one thing I can say, and this is something that I think goes for everything, is if you have a problem with a corporation's practice, your solution, your remedy is always do not patronize that. If you have a moral problem with any corporation, you should not patronize that. There are many corporations which I do not patronize because I have moral issues with them, and I'm sure that others do the same.
But yet you spent like 4 hours calling out every single person that called the blacklist Niji over their supposed opinion of what was going on.
Thing where they have an issue with their practices, and I go about my day. I don't get mad about it. I just don't buy their products.
Yeah, okay. You don't buy their products, right? So basically, you're boycotting them, all right? But you're hurting people by boycotting them. You shouldn't do that. It's like you called out all the people that were blacklisting, Niji. So
even when it's inconvenient, I don't buy their products. That's your personal choice. I support everybody's personal choice.
Right. Yeah. Unless it was a 4-hour stream where you needed more money.
They are a publicly traded company. Yes.
Yeah.
How about reinvesting back in your own company to make the pot perform better? Silly, I know. Yeah, well, they could do that, and they're not.
Right. So, false. You made this comment 5 days ago. Where is your redaction? Where is the redaction, Mr. Lawyer?
That's a question for their shareholders.
Right. Which again, if you go to their website, if you go to Nijisanji's website, and guys, here we go. I'm going to do this again. I'm doing it again. We're doing it live. If you go to their website, you claim that they are not reinvesting back into their company, and that's a question for their shareholders. And I'll let you finish your thought here, Mr. Lawyer.
Right. That's a question for their shareholders. Is that a smart use of their money? Once again, up to them.
Right. So again, this is the reinvestment that the board committee of shareholders did for the last 3 times that they have reinvested into their company. They have reinvested $2,499,980,000 yen. And if he would have done the homework and done the research, he would have realized that they reinvested over $2,499,980,000 $499,000 back into their company. Actually, I take that back. They reinvested 2,499,980 and 99.7 yen, which comes out to let's see here. Let me get that. This is over half of their operating. This is over half of their operating revenue that they have reinvested in. And we're gonna go over here, and go over here, and go over here, bad too. They have reinvested $16,617,415 US back into their company. Over half of their operating of their net profit, operating net profit that they made in this last quarter. They could have kept it. They would have had $32 million in their pockets. But no, they went out and reinvested that back into their company. Mr. Lawyer says that they aren't. Mr. Lawyer doesn't know what he's talking about. Mr. Lawyer sits here and just makes assumptions. Just like he assumed that this person who sent this super chat that says based on 2023 operating expenses alone, Hololive spent $455,000 per talent on operating expenses. That is false. How do I know that's false? Because if you come over here again, come over here again and you look at, if you look at the third quarter financial results, you can find all the information that you need to know how much they spent. I'm going to save you the headache, and I'm just going to tell you the answer, okay? For Covercore spent $25,191,434 in the last quarter. And by the way, this money includes reimbursement or salary wise. How this basically includes how much each talent makes as a base payment. Okay, this includes some other stuff as well, but this largely includes talent salaries or the amount that they have are allowed to get within their contract. Okay, so it's going to be an average. It's not, some people are going to make more, some people are going to make less, but I'm going to give you the average of what each person makes. Okay, Covercore spent $25,191,434 last quarter, money that was paid out to their talent. Okay, that breaks down to with 86. In a 3-month period, each month they make roughly $8 million each month. Okay, and that is the talent group as a whole. That's not per person. That's the talent group as a whole. There's 86 VTubers employed with Covercore. So when you take that money that they make per month, it breaks down to $97,640 a month total per VTuber. I'll say that again. Cost of sales after this is money that is paid out to their talent. That is how much they make per month. Okay. Now there is approximately 406 staff that work for Cover Court. These numbers are going to be a little bit skewed because one, this includes all the software engineers, network engineers, and everybody that is working on the Hollow Earth project. So this number is going to be a little bit off, but it's still relevant because the 406 people in this group, all support the talent. Okay. Now, when we compare this, it is actually more lucrative to work for Cover Core than work for Niji and Anycolor. And the number is quite staggering. Okay, the long and the short of it is that when you account for the employees that support the talent, which breaks down to roughly 4 staff per talent, and then you consider how much money goes into supporting each talent, it roughly comes out to an operating sum of 140,628 numbers per VTuber. All right. When you compare that to Nijisanji, that is almost 3 times, not 5 times, but 3 times. Yeah, Nijisanji pays roughly 3 times less than Cover Core. All right, but again, the numbers are skewed because number one, this includes all their in-house development team for Hollow Earth, along with other things as well. But even then, when you compare per month, per VTuber or Liver, that in itself, if you work for Niji, you're only going to make half, not 5 times, half of what you would make if you worked for Cover Core. And this is, again, public information that you can pull up from their website. This is information apparently even Falside didn't even know, and he claims that he knows like the inner workings and that people makes X amount of dollars and people and. I just had to laugh when we had this clip here because it's like,
well, to give you a bit of a reference here,
Uh-huh.
Japanese talents on average in like the last month, average of viewership of 15,000,
which has no bearing on like the question he asked him of whether or not this operating expense super chat was legit or not. He doesn't know. He absolutely doesn't know because he's never done the research.
Viewers for any stream. Okay,
so obviously they're bringing in a lot.
Right? Yeah.
Okay.
See, neither one of them knows like if this is accurate, so they're just like he's looking to Falside for validity of this super chat, and Falside absolutely doesn't know. So I mean. They're just making the assumption like, okay, yeah, well, whatever you say, let's just move on. But, I mean, again, small VTuber does the homework, does the referencing, does the actual math to find out what the actual operating expense is per VTuber for each company. It took me like half an hour to like go through everything. I mean, seriously, what is this? I want to know what this is and why small VTuber get shade thrown against him because he has a small channel. But big VTuber, keeps getting the pass, even though he has absolutely no idea what he's trying to talk about unless he has the script in front of him. Okay, so I don't mean to neglect you guys in the chat. I apologize for that. Let me get back. Let me look back on this right now. Let's see. So though I enjoy his stream, the Blacklist I think was just fan made from Niji fans. Though it was funny. Yeah. So. I watched a little bit of that, and I'm like, okay, my brain hurts, and I just turned it off. But yeah, the situation is full of drama. Well, he gives his legal opinion. I respect it. See, and that's just it. Okay, when it's in his wheelhouse, when it's in his wheelhouse, where he can provide the correct context, absolutely. But this situation, absolutely not. And I said this at the beginning of the stream, okay? And I know that people have been coming and going and checking this out and looking at small VTuber, looking at small VTuber and thinking he's lost his mind, and then been leaving and everything. But I mean, honestly, I mean he yeah. He comes out and he makes these statements that, I mean, I gotta wonder where is he, where is he coming about with this?
Right? Me arguing on the legal basis, and we're going to get to that. I have an email that I made it anonymous. I removed some personal details from it, but we're going to go through it together live on air, of a person who's a Nijisan fan who thought I was a little unfair. Okay. Right. So we're going to go through that together. I think you'll have some good insight for that.
And he didn't. I mean, he completely guessed on everything that was in there, and that's what we've been talking about for the last couple hours.
Second, but I think it's important to understand. Look, I'm listening to both sides, right? I'm not trying to be an echo chamber, and I'm
not trying to be an echo chamber. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, the law is interesting that way because
this clip. I mean. Dead-eyed, basically, or false-eyed. I keep calling him dead-eyed because I'm like, I should be in bed, but I can't sleep. I haven't been able to sleep. I don't know. I've just been antsy lately. But false-eye's comments here are, I mean,
right.
Yeah, the law is interesting that way because it applies to all of us.
Right, it applies to all of us. Okay, good start.
But there's only so few of us that can actually speak to it with any actual knowledge and intelligence, right?
So again, I gotta ask you, false light. Okay, so if ignorance of the law is not an excuse, that means that we need to have some sort of intelligent knowledge of the law that we're supposed to be abiding by, because the law applies to everyone, right? Can you say that again for me, false light?
Right.
Yeah, the law is interesting that way because it applies to all of us.
Uh-huh.
There's only so few of us that can actually speak to it with any actual knowledge and
intelligence.
Right?
Yeah.
Right, and there's an ability. Look, everybody can read the law, and there's the letter of the law.
Okay, good start, Mr. Attorney.
And sometimes it's very accurate, but
okay, it's only sometimes it's a bit accurate.
also there's synthesizing the law.
Synthesizing the law. Okay, so do I need to go to the alchemy the alchemy guild in order to get this skill, so I can, or do I need a certain synthesis level that I need to grind to in order to understand the law even though I can read it and understand it, but I need to synthesize the law so I can apply the law. I mean, you're not giving me much to work with, Mr. Attorney.
Because there can be different legal theories.
Okay, so there's legal theories, right? But a theory theories cannot be proven. Okay, theories are probabilities. You know, if you put it in practice, if you put a theory into practice and it succeeds, and you're able to repeat the same theory, then it's no longer a theory, Mr. Attorney, because that's the scientific method. I mean, there are theories, and then, you know, if you're able to confirm the theory through either observation or being able to put that theory into motion and verify that theory, it's no longer a theory.
There can be things at play that aren't in the letter of the law.
So there could be things at play that aren't in the letter of the law. So wait, you're telling me that the law is written and we can read the written law, but there are things that aren't in the law that could be relevant to the law that aren't written in the law. Okay, you got a problem here. You got a problem here, Mr. Attorney, because number one, you keep claiming you don't have the knowledge skills for Japanese law, which is a big problem. Number two, I have literally sent him a 6-point email that presented what I would like to talk to him about, and included not to be a dead horse, but I actually included this website right here, this website that is a government website in Japan with the government with the letter of the law. All right, that the law, it's the published law. Okay, that is in English for us for consumption. That is given to us in English as a courtesy from Japan. And if he would go to said website and would have done due diligence with homework and be reading up on what he's trying to argue for or against, he would then know that what he said is completely irrelevant, because according to Japanese law, the law can only be applied as it is written in its original language. It says that. It says that in their civil and penal codes, that the law is applied as it's written in its original language on the current original documents. That is written in the law. The law that, according to him, we can read, we might be able to comprehend, but, we can't synthesize it because we haven't gone to the correct guild in order to join it yet. Oh my gosh. What is happening? I mean, come on. It's not rocket science. It really isn't. It's not rocket science. It's oh man. I just don't know. I mean, how else? What else am I supposed to say about this when again, small VTuber comes along and can read and comprehend the law as it's written, on the government website of said country that this is all like transpiring in. And then you have, big lawyer come along and say, well, you can read the law, you can comprehend the law, but then there's the law, there's the law as it's written, and then you have to join the correct the correct guild in order to synthesize the law, in order to actually have a credible opinion of said law. But then said law states that, the law is applied as written, as written in its entirety, in its original language. It has to be in Japanese, and the law is applied in Japanese, in the Japanese language as it's written, according to the original documents that are relevant for the penal code and the civil code. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I mean, it just, oh. It looks like LM doesn't even have a proper mindset in which he's just streamboating with Niji haters to keep hyping them up, claiming he knows the law and making stuff up. Well, and I really was trying really hard not to have that mindset until he made the comment. Comparing Nijisanji's staff to being below monkeys, and a monkey could do a better job than the Nijisanji staff. When he said that, I lost all respect for him. I'm sorry. And he said that in one of the clips, or one of the videos that our streams I was trying to take notes on. And I forgot to take notes for that part. So I basically I completely effed on that part. But he literally came out and said that, and he said that their staff is. I mean, he even called their legal team incompetent. I mean, if you read Japanese law, which he pulled up some third-party.com website claiming that it was what the defamation law actually is, which again it's not, because all you have to do is go to the Library of Congress and you can actually find out what the actual law is. I mean, defamation is an expression, either by word or in writing, designed to bring injury to another person's good fame. You know what? Calling people below monkeys and calling the legal team incompetent, that is defamation of character, my friend. I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, that is the law as written in English, but that's the law as written, and in translation it says the same thing, because I looked it up in Japanese and it says the exact same thing. So, and the law makes no distinction between libel and slander in Japan. Again, what else is there? I mean, he should be glad I wouldn't step foot in Japan, my friend, if you're gonna do that, because according to you, I mean, Japan doesn't really follow the laws, and they do what they want, and they arrest people and hold them in captivity without charging them for months on end, according to LM. So, I mean, I wouldn't fly to Japan, my brother. I mean, because they'll probably club you on the back of the head and throw you into the hole and say, hey, we're gonna hold you here until you apologize for defamation, defaming our VTubers. I mean, it's not rocket science to to go out and find information about this. And I get that there can be a because there is a language barrier with trying to find things in Japanese websites and text. I get that there's an intimidation factor where you're like, well, how do I know what I'm reading is actually what is actually relevant or actually credible. And that's why I mentioned at the very beginning of my stream, guys, that there are specific things that you can look for to know that a site is credible. And one of them is like what I was showing here on the Japanese law translation page here, which they state now. There's a caveat here that the Japanese law translation portion of the Japan government website for their justice branch of government, there is a disclaimer here that says that the English text that we're seeing right now is translated for our convenience. However, you cannot take this into a courtroom and say, well, according to this, I want to make my case. Because as I said, according to Japanese law, the law is applied as it's written in its original format on the documents that are currently signed into law. So you have to apply the law in Japanese. That's just the way it is. Even if you're a foreigner and you're being tried in Japanese court, you are being tried in the Japanese language, and the law is being applied to you in Japanese by the Japanese court. So it's going to be applied to you specifically in Japanese terms, regardless if you speak English or not. Now, there are a lot of things that he's covered and said about Japanese courts and whatever, and some of it is again contextually correct, but there are caveats that he doesn't even bother talking about. But that being said, if you're wondering, well, how do I know that this is credible? What you gotta do is you just gotta look at the domain name of the site that you're at. And like you see up here, this one here has go.jp, and JP is only given to websites that actually have a physical address in Japan. Yeah, the person that registers it, or the person that the operator, the registrant of the website, they have to have a physical address in Japan in order to get a JP domain. And if you go back one spot here where it says go.jp, the second domain tier on the address here, the GO means that it's a government website. Excuse me. And like you'll see with like any color has co.jp. That co is company. All companies that have a JP domain name, they typically have a co.jp address, unless that business or whatever has some other affiliation within the Japanese system. Then it might be a little bit different, but for the most part, that's the way it works. All right, so when you look at this and you're doing your research, if you're curious like me, and you care about what is actually happening in the Japanese or the VTuber world, and you're like, how do I know what the what the law is, or what is, whether or not Marko is spinning lies, or telling truth. Those are primary markers and indicators that the sites I'm referencing are legitimate sites in Japan that are either ran by a government entity, or they're being run by the company I'm talking about when I pull this information up. All right. Just like if you were to go to, again, the Library of Congress, if you go to the Library of Congress, you see up here that, loc.gov, that, that's libraryofcongress.gov, government website. That's how we do it in Japan, or in the United States. We went to another one here. Did I close it? I might have closed it. I probably closed it. We went to another one here that was from Canada, and that in Canada is CA. It's the same principle. They have their system is a little bit different in Canada. The way that they have their second tier, second domain level, for different entities, but it roughly is about the same thing. So you can look at that and say, okay, that's not a commercial entity. They're not a for-profit company. That there's probably a little bit more legitimacy in the information that's being shared with me, because it's coming from an actual source that is relevant to the conversation. But he's a lawyer traveling and posting international borders, right? At least he had basic knowledge of different laws. We know he is a lawyer, but what kind of law case expertise, though? Well, okay, so he has he's commented on a lot of different big cases, and as those cases played out, that he's been largely correct on like what the case is about and how it's going to play out. I did a very short surface level examination of what he's done, and he says that he has spent time as a corporate lawyer. He spent time practicing corporate politics and corporate law. So he does have some relevancy of practicing in that genre. He has traveled back and forth. He's practiced law in I think Korea or Singapore or something like that. He has never actually practiced law in Japan, but he has said that there are a couple of Japanese colleagues that he's talked to, so he has had some exposure in that realm. But I mean, if you're gonna talk about something, it's typically a good idea to at least, if you're going to look, all right. If you're going to talk about something involving law, it typically is a good idea to have a little bit of knowledge of like how the law is practiced, what the laws are that are relevant to this, how cases might be able to be pursued, what avenues are available to the different parties. I mean, I was able to pull up on on the Canadian website that I had closed, unfortunately, that what they say about whether if you get arrested while you're in Japan, how what to expect. being able to understand that there are different things that they can provide you as a Canadian citizen, and what they can and can't do for you. And I mean, it would be in the best interest for your audience to be as versed in the information as possible. And I'm not saying memorize it in order to impress your audience. I'm just saying have a general idea of where to go look for the relevant information. So when you're presenting it to your viewers, you're presenting them with the best amount of information and expertise based upon what you're reading, especially if you're going to be, applying his so-called, synthesis of the law to the relevancy of what might end up happening with the case. I mean, if we come through here and we look at some of the stuff that is written here, I mean there's a ton of law of information here, including what happens if you get arrested. If you're arrested, you can be held up to 23 days with the possibility of an extension without being formally charged with the crime. Police are allowed to begin their initial questioning before you see a lawyer. You can't demand a lawyer before you talk. Now they can definitely interrogate you, but it's important that if you do not want to talk without a lawyer being present, that you just don't say anything. Don't incriminate yourself. I mean, they can't beat you down, just because you don't give them an answer. They can definitely, play good cop, bad cop with you and try to get an answer, but they aren't allowed to use corporal punishment for not answering their questions. The government of Canada will seek to ensure that you are not penalized for being a foreigner, and that you are neither discriminated against nor denied justice because you are Canadian. It cannot, however, seek preferential treatment for you or try to exempt you from the process, the due process of local law. Basically, that means that if you are charged with a crime in Japan, you can't just say, well, I'm Canadian, I want to extradite this to Canada. You can't do that. If you get charged in Japan and they intend on pursuing those charges, you are being charged in Japan, period. And if you're being held in Japan while charged, then the Canadian government can't do anything about it other than ensuring that you have proper legal counsel and representation, as a Canadian citizen, being charged with a crime. Also, the government of Canada cannot interfere with the judicial system of another country. Just like Canadians would not stand for another government interfering with the Canadian judicial process. So you can't just say, I'm Canadian. You can't just say, I'm Canadian, and, be able to walk out. And, if you took charges for, if you try to apply charges against Nijisanji or any color in Canada, there are several outs that Canadians can actually, or not Canadians, Japanese representatives can use. basically what they can do, since they're a corporation, they can basically say, okay, we have received the judgment of, you know, whatever punishment they are trying to levy against Nijisanji, and they can say, we will apply an equal measure of punishment against any color, and then any color can literally take two routes. They have two routes that they can take. Okay, now here's route number one. Okay, route number one is that in Japan there is an argument that can be made legally of ignorance of the law. If you have violated the law, depending on what the law is or the severity of it, if the relevant parties were clearly unaware of the law that they have broken, they can claim ignorance of the law, and they can receive a lesser punishment as a result, or dismissal completely, depending on what the law that was broken is. If the severity of the law is bad enough to where incarceration, or any other kind of like monetary damage, like if you can't like wreck somebody's car and say, I didn't know that I was driving on the wrong side of the road. I didn't know that, and just walk away and not pay for the guy's car. You have to like pay monetary damage payments to him. But the other thing is, they could take the ruling that is being handed to them from the courts of Canada, and then they can turn around and say that they will do they will apply an equal level of punishment according to Japanese law, and then any color can challenge that verdict and seek a lower verdict. So, in either way, it just would not pay to even go about this unless you're doing it, just for the principle of the situation. And it's already been talked to death that she would spend probably about 500,000 Canadian dollars trying to seek justice in court, and there's no guarantee that she would even get justice, much less her money back, when she could take 500,000 and spend it elsewhere. So yeah, you always have the right to remain silent. That's exactly the thing. The Cole 2T, welcome to the chat. You missed you missed it. I was talking. I was literally like talking to. Hang on. Guys, are you still around? Or let's see. Are they still around? Let's see. Oh, that's not the one I wanted to close. Browser capture. No, that wasn't it either. Why aren't you closing? Why aren't you closing? There you guys are. Hey, there we go. We got Mr. Big Attorney and Mr. Big VTuber with us in the studio today. You guys, you want to chime in on this whole legal thing again? We got some new visitors in chat.
Right.
Yeah, the law is interesting that way because it applies to all of us. But there's only so few of us that can actually speak to it with any actual knowledge and intelligence, right?
Right. And there's an ability. Look, everybody can read the law, and there's the letter of the law, and sometimes it's very accurate. But also, they're synthesizing the law.
synthesizing the law. Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Thank you for bringing that back up again, guys. If you're just coming into the chat here, big attorney and big VTuber here. They're talking about how the law applies to everybody, but not everybody has the big brain to understand what they're reading. And Mr. Attorney here is saying that in order to actually have an understanding of the law, you have to join a certain guild in order and then get your synthesis level high enough to be able to synthesize the law. He won't tell me what guild I gotta join, but anyway, stayed too long for somebody dropping by, but I'm really busy. Yeah, take care, CJC. So yeah, I've made this argument a little bit earlier too. I mean, he goes on to talk about law theory and so on and so forth, and he doesn't really, as small VTuber, I don't think he really knows what he's talking about. And I hate to say that. I really do. Because I mean, he has and I have other clips of him that I played a couple times where he talks about how people have sent him stuff, people have emailed them, that people have given him information, people have directed him towards specific websites and specific things on the internet, and none of that shows in anything that he has presented from all the hours I have poured over on his channel. And I really don't want to say that, but it's true, because if he had an understanding, all right, if he had an understanding of the two different jurisdictions that we're talking about here, which is Japan and Canada, that the most that he has gotten correct about is that there he and I'll attest this because I have actually read it in the civil code and the penal code. There is no mechanism that compels Japan to extradite the case to Canada, where Doki Bird if she wants to sue or press charges or anything like that, or take it to litigation or whatever, there is no compulsion from a Japanese standpoint to even acknowledge the charges that she's bringing against them. And say she brings charges against them in a civil court in Canada, and they any color no shows, and they send no representation for themselves, and she's automatically handed a ruling in her favor. There's nothing in the Japanese code stating that the government of Japan has to enforce their ruling. Absolutely nothing. And even in worst case scenario, say the courts of Japan, decide, okay, yeah, we'll go ahead and enforce this, right? Nijisanji can again do one of two things, and Mr. Lawyer here would know this had he actually read the law that I emailed him the links about and one of them is ignorance of the law, which is a thing that is in Japanese, the Japanese code of law, that if you unintentionally break a law and you did not know that the law existed, you can claim ignorance and seek to have the ruling dismissed. And depending on the severity of the situation, the government judicial system can dismiss that case. So that's one avenue they have. The second avenue is, say, like, the Canadian courts send their ruling over to Japan and say, hey, look, this person won their case in court against this entity in Japan. We can't enforce the law, the ruling in your country, so we're requesting that you apply the ruling to said entity on our behalf. All right? Say like they do that, and say the Japanese courts say, okay, whatever. Any color can immediately petition the courts of Japan to reduce or dismiss the sentencing. And it would be in every right, since, Canada cannot enforce their ruling in Japan, and Japan has, the court case, and the punishment has to be enforced by Canadian or by Japanese law. That the Japanese courts can say, hey, we don't want to deal with this. We're dismissing the case. End of story. Plain and simple. I mean, that's all there is to do it. And again, Mr. Attorney would have known this had he actually gone to a Japanese website that is ran by the Japanese government, that has all the information and, in English of what he claims is, his expertise, which is law. But, again, Mr. Attorney, how did you put it again?
Right, and there's an ability. Look, everybody can read the law, and there's the letter of the law, and sometimes it's very accurate. But also, there's synthesizing the law.
Yeah,
There's different. There can be different legal theories.
Yeah, there can be different legal theories, but if legal theories are put into practice in a court of law, and you take that theory and you apply it, and that theory holds up in court, and then a second person utilizes that same theory and it holds up in court, according to scientific method, that's no longer a theory. So, if you're talking about a unique case where the likely scenario has never happened before, and let's be honest, with all the remote workforces out there, especially now that everyone has pretty much gone international, and you have people doing customer support in Pakistan for Walmart in Nevada. I mean, there is enough precedent here to say that Doki Bird's situation, while somewhat unique so far as her being a VTuber, she's still a remote employee that has worked remotely, and I don't know if she traveled back and forth to Japan, or if she cohabited in Japan and Canada. I don't know her situation on that, but to claim that you can read the law and you can understand the law, but that's not important because you got to know law theory. And you got to be able to synthesize the law, which basically means that you're making something out of nothing, or you're making something out of raw materials. So when you synthesize something, you typically take a component of one thing and a component of another one and mix it together, which basically when you do that, you make a completely different item. You're creating an item, and unless that item already has a spot within law itself, how could that even be admissible when there is no law on the book to actually carry that synthesizing and provide it weight in order to use it in your case? It doesn't make any sense. It really, again, small VTuber, big lawyer. Obviously, he knows better, right? Okay, so, but yeah, we have talked at length about the various things that have been said with this. I guess it's a collab, maybe. I don't know, but I mean, I can safely say that with a lot of things that Mr. Lawyer has said in the last several streams that I've watched, and mind you, there is like well over 20 hours worth of stuff that he has talked about, and a lot of it is basically pandering to his audience and very light on substance, because he's, and I've actually like chastised other VTubers for doing this, where you get a bunch of super chats going, and you might even have somebody in the audience seeding super chats and seeding memberships and stuff like that in order to incite other people to do the same. And then once you get that going, you literally milk it for all it's worth. That kind of seems like what he's doing, because I mean, it seemed like he realized that he jumped into something that could get a lot of traffic, and it's pretty much seems like it's milking the cow until it no longer can produce for him. Because, and I hate to say that, again, small VTuber, not a big audience, big lawyer, lots of money, I mean, if he can call the staff of Niji lower than monkeys, I can say, I kind of think he's trying to get everything he can out of this situation, and it bothers me. It bothers me because I mean, I'm a VTuber. Hi guys, I'm a VTuber, by the way. Nice to meet you. And he went on this little like stump speech about how small channels, not a lot of people. I mean, it literally sounded like, if he can't bring me enough people to super chat and give me money, I'm not bothering with you. That was kind of the stump speech that he was giving, right? And it's like, look, I don't do this for money. I don't spend all the time and investment in researching things. I'm certainly more diligent in research than somebody who makes money doing this for a living, talking about legal things. Yet, again, small VTuber, small audience, but yet I've spent the time and effort to research. I've spent the time and effort to gather the relevant information and present it to my audience. And that doesn't matter to him. You know, but you know, I mean, he'll pull Evil Eyed or whatever the hell his name is. I don't even remember what his name is anymore because I just tried to erase him from my brain. But you know, false side. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. You know, he'll bring false side on his channel and let him talk for 2 hours, 3 hours, and false side maybe makes one decent statement, but everything else is literally him BSing his way through the questions because he doesn't know the answer, because he doesn't do research. All he does is he takes what's happening and then he puts a little spin on it so it creates commotion. The same thing he criticized small VTuber about, because we're chasing cred, so we try to make things as controversial and confrontational as possible. It's like, no, you're the one doing this. You're the one that goes out there and tells only half the story and then spins it to try to make it sensationalized. I mean, all I'm doing is sitting here and saying, here's where the law is. Here's what the law says. This is how it applies to said problem. Wow. But I guess it doesn't matter that small VTuber does due diligence when it comes to his homework. I don't know. Honestly, this is the fun part of being a VTuber and talking about these things, because I mean, I actually, like I was going to say, I actually care about what happens in the world of VTubers, since I am a VTuber. I have been around for well over 2 years now. I'm working on my third, right? And I can honestly say that VTubers have saved my life in more ways than one, right? And I have a much deeper connection with this situation than Big Lawyer does. And the people out there that literally are sensationalizing things in order to get likes and views, like false side, run their mouth because they're more popular and they're bigger than small VTuber, but yet they talk shit about people who do a decent job trying to talk in a civil fashion about something extremely important, and how serious we should take this in our industry in order to make it better. But that doesn't matter to him. That doesn't matter to a lot of people. I don't even know if Nux even gives a damn anymore. I don't follow him anymore because of all the crap that went down with him and Vizojo. Okay? But it obviously matters to Big Lawyer, because Big Lawyer, can bring him on and get lots of new viewers because of Nux, and hopefully get more money out of them. I mean, honestly, what does Big Lawyer think I'm gonna gain out of, riding his coattails and leeching off of his audience? Oh, little VTuber, he's like that little fish that goes after the scraps. I mean, what does he hope I'm going to gain out of this? I mean, anyone that has been a returning viewer of my channel knows that I don't beg you guys for money. I don't beg you guys for likes. I don't beg you guys for attending. I mean, hell, I have most of my return viewers, they'll come in and they'll say, "Hey, Marco, just dropping in to say hi. I'm going over to so and so because they're streaming whatever." And I'm like, "Hey, cool. Thanks for dropping in. Thanks for saying hi. I appreciate it." Do I chastise you guys for that? No. Do I demand that you watch me instead of them? No. Absolutely not. Because I recognize that, not everything I talk about is going to be, absorbed or consumed by everyone that I know that is a returning, visitor to my channel. I mean, hell, I've been doing this for over 2 years, and I've made $10 off my channel. And you know how much money I've spent on my channel? I've spent over like $4,000 on my channel in those 2 years. I've spent $4,000, buying a nice headset, buying a microphone that doesn't sound like I'm talking that, in a wind tunnel, buying a second computer, buying software, trying to learn how to do different things so I can, diversify my content. I could have easily said, "Hey, you know what? That $4,000, I could be doing something else with it and not stream at all." But no. And I'm not sitting here going, wringing my hands saying, "I spent $4,000 on my channel. I need you guys to donate to me so I can make my money back so I don't go broke." No. I do this for me. I do this because I want to. And the time and effort I spend into this is because I believe that the people that come and do listen to me at least deserve the best amount of knowledge and effort that I put into it. And you guys are more than a freaking number to me. You're more than a metric to me. You're not easy money to me. I don't, you could never spend $1 on me and it would be okay. As long as I see you and you come in and say hi and maybe hang out with me when I'm playing something or talking to me about whatever. Great, bring it. I appreciate that. But there's so many people out there that really just, if you show them up in just a little way, they do everything they can to demoralize you and to demean you, because you're encroaching on their territory by actually doing a better job. I mean, hell, I really wonder. I honestly wonder how many times Falside actually had a chat with Miki Nico. Actually talked to her. I can almost guarantee you the number would be 0. Unlike me, who have exchanged emails a few times on especially during her initial transition into the indie world and dealing with that fallout. I mean, but yet, False Light, he made out pretty good with the whole controversy of Miki Nico. He made a lot of money off of her. Got a lot of fans too, even though half of what he was saying was out, blowing smoke out of his ass. But again, small VTuber, big VTuber. I guess I guess that he's just that much better than me. Or maybe I'm just I'm not that I'm not that devious and yeah, I'm not that hungry as hungry for fame and fortune as him. I don't know. What headset and mic? So I went out and I didn't know whether or not I even wanted to, stick with streaming at all back in the day, or when I first started. And originally, I was using a like that. It was like a third party. Was it that Palm, something like that you can buy and use on with your computer, or with your Xbox or something like that. And supposedly it had great audio, both listening and through the mic, since it was a mic headset. And it was it was complete trash. So I threw that away, and then I ended up getting a Logitech headset that had some very decent sound quality, and I still use that even now. And with the mic, I ended up getting a HyperX USB mic, and I did a few test streams, and I was actually helping a Japanese VTuber back then, and so I was testing the mic quality with her and her manager, and they were both like, "Wow, that is a lot better, and you come out really clear." Excuse me. And I actually dropped in on her for her birthday stream as a special guest, because back then I hadn't even told anybody that I was looking at streaming. And I told her manager, I told her manager, I wanted to drop, I want to drop in on her for her birthday, but I want to do it as a VTuber. So he helped me look through a bunch of people, and at the time, the storefront that had this model was only available in Japan, and you had the back then. They were not accepting PayPal. So I sent him the money, and it was like, I think it was like $80, and he got me the model, and then I appeared on her show. That was my first my actual debut was on her channel for her birthday, and I spoke with her for about 5 minutes, and the audio quality was really good, and it seemed like it worked, and everyone seemed to really, enjoy and hear my voice and everything like that. So that's what I stuck with. And so I ended, I want to get a different mic eventually, but for right now, I mean, unless like I have an explosion of activity on my channel, I'm not considering it right now, because I actually went out and I got the new Galaxy Ultra as a phone replacement, because my Galaxy Note 8 was dying on me. I couldn't even use the speaker on the phone, because I mean there was just no sound coming out of it. So I'd have to plug in my headset just so I can hear what people were saying to me. So I ended up getting the new Galaxy, and I actually like it. It's a really, really strong phone. I haven't charged it in like 4 days, and it's still at 25%. So I mean, what happened to Ko? I don't know. You could have bought a 4K any. I could have bought in shares. Well, and that's kind of the other thing. I've considered trying to go out and buy shares for both cover um and any color, but I would have to really jump through some hurdles in order to get my hands on shares. And I mean, I wanted to see, and that's the thing. A company has to be around for a certain amount of years before EFTs or ETFs or EFTs, something like that, are available for that company in the United States. And so I have a feeling that by the time that happens, their stock prices are going to be like at their max or have already surpassed their heights and then come back down. And also, not to mention that there's been a lot of rumblings that we're likely going to see a recession come before the end of the year, according to a lot of financial analysts that I've been watching. So I'm just kind of keeping my eye on that and waiting to see whether or not that actually happens. Because I mean, if the United States goes into a recession and we end up seeing as as a big influx of people losing their job because of companies downsizing even further, it's basically going to be like the .com bubble all over again bursting, or probably on par with like what happened in 2009 or whatever. And in that case, it'll get a little dicey. But the plus part of that would be if we go into a recession, that's directly going to affect the economy in Japan, which means that their stock prices might end up going down because people would start selling their shares, and it would probably make for a good opportunity to buy shares in the company at a later date. At least what I am, that's the way I'm looking at it. So we'll see, but VTuber bubble. Well, and that's the other thing too is VTubers by and large, our industry continues to grow, right? But I think that we are starting to finally see kind of like the plateau of where people are like, thinking it's too late to get into that now. And so there's, even though there's still a large demand for VTubers and models and, people doing designs and commissions and everything else, that it's starting to slow down to where, they're still able to keep a steady flow of work. They're just not seeing that, backlog as what they were seeing before. And there's also, the possibility that, as we keep moving forward, live 2D would eventually get phased out, and then 3D we'd end up seeing that come in. So it's kind of a matter of whether or not the technology has advanced far enough to see that transition into 3D with any kind of decent quality, or if live 2D ends up sticking around for a lot longer. Because I'll be honest with you, I want to see 3D make a breakthrough, but even in the presentations that we see with like Cover Core and Hololive, there is a big limit on the quality of 3D models, and a lot of it just has to do with collision detection. I mean, which is still unfortunate, because I think that if there was some way to iron out the collision detection and the like the the clothes physics and the hair physics. I think that Hololive has done a great job getting hair physics more believable and more realistic, but there's still a lot of like clothes detection or physics with clothes, and then also collision detection with clothes that kind of puts breaks the immersion. So I don't think it's quite there yet, but they're getting pretty close. And and this is a big if Cover Core is able to utilize the team that they currently have developing Hollow Earth and apply that what they learned with creating Hollow Earth into the 3D realm of software development that is going into making their 3D models, I think there will be a bigger advancement in 3D going forward. It's primarily a matter of whether or not they've hired enough people to actually support Hollow Earth and that project, which I mean they've hired a good amount of people. I still kind of scratch my head though, because it seems like the scope of what Yago wants is counter to how what the current staffing is, and the fact that they're going to need to hire at least 100 more people minimum to be able to provide any kind of decent sustainability with Hollow Earth, because you can build it and you can design it and have it live and tested and ready for opening, but if you don't keep that team in place in order to develop additional content for that project, you basically spent tens of millions of dollars for a flash in the pan. You know what I'm saying? So you notice a lot of VTubers are using Blender. Yes, there are a lot of people that are giving Blender a second crack at things now that Blender has. I'm not entirely sure about the software itself, so just that just bear that in mind. But I know that Blender has gone through some substantial revisions and updates, and watching a few people just kind of tinkering around with Blender now, there seems to be a lot more in the dynamic range of being able to build out your avatar and make it more believable, make it less janky and everything like that. So I think Blender is definitely going to be something that will continue to help with the 3D modeling part of VTubers, now that the software has been given more attention and development time to do more with it. Because I mean I've tinkered around with Blender a little bit too, and imported various Hololive avatars into Blender, which and I'm pretty impressed with it, and I gotta say that there's there's a lot to be used there if you're able to tap into the entirety of the software suite. There's I mean, it could be the next big thing if enough people stick with it and they're able to continue to make high quality content that people really want to use. Didn't PAL didn't PAL work devs have to beg for donations? I don't know the answer to that. Um, I want to say maybe, but I don't know the answer to that question. Where'd you hear that from? But yeah, moving on just a little bit here though. I do want to thank all you guys for listening to me rant a little bit. I was I had mixed feelings about talking about this because one part of me really wanted to comment and return about everything that had been said, and then another part of me kind of was like, no, I said I was going to move on. I'm going to move on. But people just said so much. They sent me so much, and I kept seeing more and more sections and clips that I wanted to talk about tonight. And I mean, and I know I'm going to say it again, but I do think that I've said my piece on the situation, and honestly, I don't know if it's going to matter, or if he's going to see it or not see it, or even respond to ever to any of the messages I had sent him. I imagine Hollow Earth servers might find issues with overload. Well, and that's just the thing. It's already been proven that just with the proto lives and the current open betas right now, that there is a severe limit to what the Hololive servers or the Hollow Earth servers can handle, and if the initial numbers are to be believed, the beta tests that have happened so far have had a capacity of approximately like 15,000, and that's it. And we saw we even saw that with the amount of people that had been able to get in, not all of those people were able to see the proto live concerts as they were playing out. So what, and this is my theory, right? And this is just theory talking right here. My theory is that Hollow Earth is going to release, and it's going to be a pay to play model. Okay, it's like there's going to be a gacha system in it, and you're likely going to have to do gacha with maybe like each character, and perhaps like even their mascot, or whatever that they have with them, and that you're going to have to pay for gacha tickets for that, and even then you're going to have to buy a virtual ticket in order to watch any concerts. They're going to do some concerts in the Proto Live, the Pro Live setting, which I think they'll likely be free, the Pro Lives, but with actual live concerts that they'll eventually try to do in there, you're going to have to pay a ticket price in order to be able to see it. And bear in mind, these proto live concerts that they show, they aren't live. They aren't actually live. They're pre-recorded. And I know they're pre-recorded, because one of the last proto lives that they had, one of the people that were supposed to be in that concert was like, she ran over by like 10 minutes, and on her stream, and somehow she managed to make it from her stream, which she was playing a video game, into the 3D environment and show up on stage in under like a minute. and that and bear in mind, you have to calibrate in order to be 3D. Unless she was playing her game the entire time with all of her sensors on, and she somehow managed to calibrate before playing on her stream, and then managed to get back and still be synced with the system back then, which I highly doubt that that's the case. But proto lives typically, I mean, they call them proto lives for a reason, right? And they can technically get away with it because the show is being streamed live in front of people, which I guess that counts as live. Because it's not on demand, because you can't just like show up at any time. It only happens at a specific time, so the show is airing live, even though it may not actually be a live presentation, as far as them performing, but it is a live show that they're showing because they're in person. I don't know how they managed to get away with it, but that's just the way it kind of goes. So any HoloFest is actually live. Well, yeah. The Holo Fest, from my understanding, and this is purely my understanding. All right, my understanding is that they do some parts of those shows live, and they're pretty much set up in either a different location, and then it is streamed into the main facility, or they're in the facility and they are set, their 3D setup is set up in a different part of the facility so they can perform it while actually being there. I don't know the exact setup, and I'll be frank with you, I don't know the exact setup, but I have seen enough back and forth from various Hall Live people on their alternate accounts, where they have given little glimpses into what they have were actually doing during those times. And one of them was talking about how she was at the venue and that she had just finished performing, and that she was going to head home before doing her stream in her alternate persona, which is a non-Hall Live character or alias that she had. So that it seemed to me that she was at the venue, she did perform, because I know she performed that day, and because I had bought a ticket for that part of the festival, and that she left the venue and she was heading home. So my understanding is, from what she said, they do perform part of those live. And also Hachima is another person as well, where she performed at the festival, but I think she ended up not performing the second concert. I think there was they did some kind of secondary concert that was kind of like VIP only or something like that. And she ended up pulling out of that because of her health issues last year. So, but I mean, that's what I know. I I won't claim to know everything and all the intricate details of everything like that, because all I know are the little snippets that I've picked up along the way from either people being a little bit too open with what they were saying on their alternate accounts, or because they no longer worked for the company. So, anyways, that is what it is. But just real quickly, guys, because I you're probably right, but why do it live? Well, and that's just it, though. A lot of these girls, and again, this is kind of my opinion on this. Okay, I think a lot of these girls, they had those dreams of wanting to perform live. However, because of their various circumstances, they either didn't have the opportunity to, or those opportunities were few and far between. If you look at Mike Nico, she had been on several variety shows at some point. However, those shows were few and far between, and she supplemented that with live streaming at that time, right? If you look at like Corone, if you look at Corone, she actually had streamed live at some point before she started working with Hall Live. However, that eventually fell through, and it wasn't until she became part of Hall Live Gamers that she found a place that she enjoyed and felt more comfortable being who she was. Because people forget that some of the stories that these girls tell are real. There are a lot of them that have shared personal stories about themselves that, while it's told through the lens of their character, their personal stories about themselves. And Corone, for a long time, she didn't like herself. She was very hard on herself, and she didn't like herself. She had very low self-esteem. All she wanted to do, she never wanted to leave her house, her apartment. All she wanted to do was to play video games in the dark, and everything like that. And then she saw the audition, so she decided to audition for it. Especially because streaming video games is a big thing, right? And when she got hired, she was excited, but she did not want to perform. And a lot of the girls in the gamers generation, that a lot of them didn't want to perform. A lot of them, they're like, yeah, wants to be AKB48, blah 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 blah. That's never gonna happen, blah 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 blah. And a lot of them, they're like, we were brought in specifically to be the gamer division VTubers, where we game, the other people are the idols. They're diversifying the company, but we're the gamers. That's why they were the gamers. And Corone, she told the chat a couple years ago that she couldn't get comfortable performing, and a lot of times she how she like acts kind of silly and hyper and everything else like that. she does that, or she used to do that whenever she started getting nervous, and she would use that as kind of like the outlet of all of that nervous energy to get it out of her, so she can actually do what she wants to do. You get rid of that nervous energy, you can focus, and then you can pay attention to what you're doing, and then just go for it. And that's kind of like why people a lot of times she'll be criticized for people thinking that she's faking like all the screaming and stuff that she's doing, and it's not that at all. It's that she has those nerves that and that's her outlet to get all of those nerves out. And she does that by panicking and screaming, But once she gets it all out of her system, then she's fine. But it took her a while because she didn't have a lot of self-confidence in herself to perform, actual singing and dancing. And once she was able to get over that, I guess self-loathing, I guess you would call it, and insecurity, then she realized she really enjoyed it, and that she wanted to do it more and more and more and more. But it took a lot of time. Umberto, what did you have to say? I remember Crone in the beginning. She even called at streaming for help to Okayu, and Okayu helped in the middle of streaming. Yeah, exactly. She had a lot of insecurities with herself, and Okayu was kind of her stabilizing type of friend, and it also helps that Okayu is more downbeat and chill, and she's kind of like that counter to Corone, who's always hyper and energetic and everything, and panicking. She's able to and that's why they go so well together. It's because of they are completely different in a lot of ways, but at the same time they're able to find that connection between each other and be those opposites that attracts and combine together. If Hachima was pre-recorded, the show would go on. Yeah. I think it's because getting into idol scene is more difficult than VTuber. It actually is. And I completely agree with you, and I think a lot of people have found out that if you're, if you, how can I put it? I don't mean this to demean anyone current or former or anything else like that. I do think that for women who, especially in Japan, who wanted to get into either the idol scene or they want to get into entertainment, they want to pursue that that dream of having their own brand and being able to be a trendsetter and all sorts of other stuff. If they can't make it in the competitive world of idling, then they look at streaming and VTubers as the the counterculture to the idol scene, and being able to utilize being a VTuber as a springboard in order to get to where you want to go is also a big plus. Because if you are an idol, or if you want to be an idol, or just somebody in entertainment in general, if you have if you're independent, especially if you're independent, you can basically build your own brand while presenting yourself as as a VTuber or a VTuber idol, and then depending on the amount of success you have with your VTuber streams and getting branded recognition, you can then use that as a springboard to be able to sign different contracts with different talent agencies, be able to see how far you can take it in the VTuber world, and even cross over and have do live things and be a VTuber at the same time. But most people, if they find success in the VTuber industry, they find that the anonymity that being a VTuber gives them is actually more comforting than being an idol and being recognized everywhere and not having any privacy of your own. So that's where a lot of people, they look at it and they say, hey, I can still get my dream by being a VTuber, have my privacy, and still get everything I want. So they automatically think, okay, this is what I want to do, and it's kind of sad nowadays because a lot of VTubers or VTuber agencies have either since folded or have fallen into controversies like what Nijisanji has found themselves in, right? And because of that, there has been a downturn in the amount of agencies that are trying to break into that market. And it really does seem like the big boys that are still, the last ones standing are the ones that are absorbing either, former or previous talent of other agencies, or they're essentially cornering the market in especially in Japan. Now, I would make the case that there is definitely an untapped market that no one has been able to quite figure out yet in the English speaking world, especially like in Europe and in United States, and maybe even like down under in Australia or New Zealand. But the problem of it is that untapped market, they don't really know how to break into said market yet. And I think it's been kind of frustrating for a lot of people, including Nijisanji and Cover. They see the success that Myth and the console and Advent have brought, but in a lot of ways, those same numbers that they're getting in are largely people who have, they basically share. They're basically sharing their listeners or their viewers because they're watching multiple streams at the same time, or they one ends and then they jump over to another one that is in the same generation or whatever. And because of that, you see a lot of bleed over with your listeners, and it's very hard to, unless you have the analytics in front of you, to know how many people are actually getting unique listeners on their streams versus people who are perhaps watching multiple feeds at once, and they're just basically sharing their audience. And and that's why, like, I've tried to do the multi-view thing with like when they did like the Mario Kart tournament and everything like that. And I'll be honest with you, I had the volume turned all the way down for like 3 or 4 of them, but I only watched like one screen and that was it, because I was just too much. It was just too much to try to keep track of, and if I have my attention split between 5-6 people, am I really watching any one of them when I could just pay attention to one of them, and that's good enough for me. You know what I'm saying? So oops, what fell off? That's interesting. Okay. So yeah, I speaking of which, I wanted to just quickly talk about one final thing, and then I'm probably gonna call it a night after that. Okay. So just to give you guys a heads up, and this goes for people that come in and watch the VOD, and that are still with me now. So I have been given access to a Minecraft server that is ran by one of my VTuber friends in Japan. So I might, and this is a big might, because I haven't found a lot of time lately with all these other things that are going on. I might stream Minecraft at once in a while, and it kind of depends on if I'm able to work my schedule to be able to play while her and some of the other people are playing as well. And I'm not saying that we're gonna be collabing together or anything like that. However, I do want to be able to show off the Minecraft server that she plays on, and a lot of the people that are on that server are also VTubers that are they're most of them are Japanese, but some of them do speak English, but very few of them do. So I just want to give you guys a heads up that if you come along and see me streaming at like 4 a.m. Central daylight time, and you see me streaming Minecraft, it's because I'm playing along with her as she's streaming. So just to give you guys a heads up on that. Also, just kind of a channel note. I do have a couple of games that I do plan on streaming at some point, either this week or next week. And they're supposedly games that could be finished in like 5 or 6 hours. And we'll see. I don't know. They're games that are on Game Pass, and they do look interesting. So I at least want to give them a try and see how far I get on them in one stream. So we'll probably be giving that a try. I know that some of the games I played, people, it's not in line with what people enjoy. So like I've always said, there is no requirement for you guys to come cheer me on. I appreciate you guys showing up, but if it's a subject matter or something that you just don't enjoy, I'm not gonna tell you better come, or I'm gonna be very, very unhappy, or something like that. That's fine. That's fine. I've always said that I could play a game with 0 people in the audience, or 500 people in the audience, and that's fine with me. So, but yeah, I am going to try my best to be on a more consistent schedule, even if those streams aren't necessarily at the same time of day every day or every week. So sometimes they'll be kind of like tonight was, where I just decide I'm going to start streaming. And other times I will try to schedule a little bit ahead and just let you guys know what I'm doing. And if you want to come, you're more than welcome to come and hang out. So that's perfectly fine. Let's see here. I think that covers everything. But one final note, I do want to I do want to end this by saying that I honestly truthfully I did try with the utmost respect to Mr. Esquire over at Legal Matters. I did try my utmost to be as courteous and as, I guess, professional as I could when approaching him with this matter. And like I've shown you guys earlier today, I did compose a very compelling email telling him my intentions, what I would like to discuss with him, and even providing him with the source material of the things I wanted to discuss with him. I did try twice to reach out to him. Today is day 5, and I still haven't heard anything back from him, even though he said that he was going to get back to people as quickly as possible. So, I mean, whatever, right? But during that time, I have gone through a ton of his content about this subject matter, and the information and the presentation that he has provided was extremely disappointing, and I was extremely disappointed with him, to the fact where I lost all respect for him when he decided to make personal comments that were in line with defamation, that he even kind of sort of explained himself. So even if those comments were made in jest, according to Japanese law, he still broke the law. But I digress. I did try everything I could in order to gain his attention as a small VTuber, and unfortunately he chose otherwise. And that's perfectly fine. People are perfectly allowed to make their own decisions and draw their own conclusions, whatever the case it is. It is what it is, right? It's not going to change what I do or how I do things. It's not going to change the person I am. It's not going to change the way I choose to deliver my my streams or anything I do. Because again, I don't do this for the fame, or definitely not for the money. I do this, because I want to do it. And yeah, I do it for fun. And I certainly do have fun at times when I am talking about these things. But there are also times where I am either extremely passionate or being extremely serious. And let's be honest, this is a serious subject matter. And if any of those comments he made were jokes, as an attorney, I think that he should know that you don't throw jokes into a serious topic or subject matter, especially when you are trying to represent somebody who has the ability to talk about legal things on a different level. I hope that would be something that he would know. But if he doesn't know that, or if he didn't think about that and you hear this, please think about that for a second. And if you don't remember, go back in your content and look to see when you called, when you said that monkeys could do a better job than the staff at Niji, because that's just plain wrong. That, you know, I mean, that's beyond degrading towards people who work there, who honestly work there. And quite frankly, I think it's pathetic that somebody in your position would say something like that, even if it's a joke. You know, be better than that. Honestly, be better than that. All right. So, let's go back here just a little bit. Umberto, thank you so much for dropping in, my friend. I always appreciate you being in chat. The Cole2T, thank you for dropping in. I know that you dropped in late, but you know, I didn't exactly telegraph when that I was going to stream at all. It was kind of a last minute thing, but again, I couldn't sleep, so I figured why not. So thank you for dropping in, my friend. Mr. Hackwell, I apologize for not welcoming you for the chat. Thank you for dropping in if you're still around. If not, and you come back and see the VOD, thank you so much for dropping in. Vim57, I am sorry that I did not see you. Thank you so much for dropping in. I know that you know, chat wasn't overly I know that chat was not overly you know, active or anything like that. However, sometimes I get tunnel vision and I forget to look at chat while I'm talking. I am so sorry. I thank you for dropping in. I don't mean to laugh at it, because I need to do better keeping an eye on my chat, especially when it's right in front of me. I just get tunnel vision when I'm talking about things, and I forget to look down at the chat. Yeah, thank you for being here. CJC, thank you for dropping in. I know you're not here now, but thank you for dropping in again. I appreciate you being here, my friend. Beavers. I know you were here pretty early. If you're still here, thank you for dropping in. You guys are, you know, my regulars that I really enjoy talking to you guys. And again, I apologize if you say something and I don't get to it until 20 minutes later, because, you know, I get tunnel vision too much when I talk about stuff like this. I apologize for that. Sorry, really, I do. But guys, I really do appreciate all of you that come in and either talk with me or listen or lurk. It you know, it doesn't matter. I really appreciate you guys being here. You know, I always say I can talk to an empty room, but it's much better, you know, if someone's there. And this is definitely no exception. But honestly, you guys are always great to me, and you guys, you guys put up with a lot of my shenanigans, even if we disagree. And I'm thankful for that, because, you know, sometimes you guys put me in my place, and I learned the hard way. Other times, you know, I make you know, an argument that a lot of people don't even bother thinking about. And I appreciate the support on that too, even though we're a small VTuber channel with the small VTuber. Okay, I'm gonna leave that small talk alone. So thank you guys so much for dropping in, being with me tonight, today, this morning, afternoon, evening, whatever the case is for you. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll catch you on the next time, on the next stream. Until then, this is Marko Yamashita signing off. Peace.
I like to get paid, that's why I work every day. I'll be making money till I'm in my grave. Don't care what they say, I'll buy time with my money. Laughing to the bank cause it's funny. The money keep coming, I manifest it. Sing these lyrics and you'll get it. I'm the bank, come invest it. I get tracked and I have it. Money finds me attractive. I'm the type to make commas, turn a profit. I'm the boss, Willy Wonka, but it ain't chocolate. Yeah, I'm just being honest, I work for this shit. I'm usually modest, but this beat lit, so I'm going off thoughtless, talking my shit. Yeah, I'ma be the hottest designer in drip.